Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, November the 11th, Remembrance Day. It is a holiday in Canada. I think in the States, I think the banks are closed, perhaps. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, not as much activity this morning for me in terms of the gaps. Monday and Tuesday were really crazy, especially Monday. Not as many gap up and gap downs on my list. Well, let's take a look at a couple of things, or a few things here. First of all, if you saw this after hours, you know what? This is one that I rarely take a trade after hours. I almost took this one, this FPRX, so some great news, I guess. Positive phase 2 data for their drug. Oops, screen, thank you. Yeah, just give me a second. Here we go, sorry about that. Okay, so anyway, FPRX, yeah, I mean, what a unbelievable move after hours. So, positive phase 2 data for their drug. So look at this move, and I rarely take a trade after hours, initiate one anyway. I watched this, and then I came back, and I saw it was up here. So when I first saw it, it was about $10. And it was up to 23. Anyway, let's see what happens once this market opens. Relatively low float, 35 million in the float. A lot of volume already, 9 million. This will trade the float today easily. Another one that was very low float, GNFT. It's pulled back a little bit, but look at, I'm sorry, this is not the low float. There are a couple other ones. 36 million in the float. Couldn't see any specific reason for GNFT being up. Now this one is this is the last thing I saw before I opened the room. PSHG, this is the low float. Look at that, 2 million in the float. Ostensibly it's an earnings play, but I also see that they acquired a fifth tanker. I think that's also news for this company, PSHG. So this has absolutely gone crazy. Look left on the daily chart. The next high looking left is 881. FTEK. Is it still there? Yeah, still over a dollar. It is an earnings play. It's over the 200-day moving average. So it's still over a dollar. And it is an earnings play. Lots of volume, 17 million in the float. This will easily trade the float today. Just have to wait and see how this how it opens, really. I mean, will it hold a dollar? If you look left on the monthly chart, it's got some room to that $1.50 area. ACB continues its descent. They did a financing, and 6.66 million shares at $7.50 a share. So it's underneath the financing price right now. MODN is an earnings play, and it's starting to recover a little bit. There's very little volume. I just put this in here because it is an earnings play, so it'll certainly get active once the market opens. And it had gapped down below the 200-day moving average. There it is, 32.44. So it's a little bit below the 200-day moving average. Lyft, LYFT, Lyft. Another earnings play after Uber last week. Starting to, give up a lot of the pre-market gains. So again, have to wait to see how it opens. Rocket, RKT. They were a pretty successful IPO back here. For a while anyway. And Well, isn't that interesting? I mean, when I first saw it, it was up here at 22.16, so it was positive for the day, but now it is starting to give it up. RKT starting to give it up. Well, I follow them all. When I see a post, I go to it. But I mean, stocks only is for stocks only, so I follow them all. IMRN. IMRN. Yeah, another one starting to fade badly. I mean, it's a very low float. It is a trying to think why. Oh, positive vaccine, but not corona vaccine. But positive vaccine is another vaccine for another type of illness, and it was up 26%, but it's starting to fade now. Not holding. I mean, look where it was, 9.79. So it's already given up almost $2 in the pre-market. NIO's starting to get weak. The China EVs, the three of them, NIO, Li, and XPEV. They had their day. They had their day 2 weeks ago. They had their week 2 weeks, or last week, I guess. And now, getting weaker, a little softer. This is a very, very low volume e-gain earnings play. It was very low volume. I'm just bringing it to your attention because it is an earnings play. Volume will certainly pick up. And very low float, 21 million. MYO, I think this is another one with low volume. It's picking up. It is an earnings play. MYO is an earnings play. Another low float. I mean, look at that float. So if this gains any traction, MYO. Here is another one, low volume. It's an earnings play. Only bring these to your attention because the volume will pick up. It's very low volume right now. It is an earnings play. Looks like, if it can break out of this area here, and it's a shot to get up. I mean, there's a lot of room, but obviously the volume has to really pick up, but it will. And another low float, 18 million in the float. Pack B. So this, financing, 7.4, I think it's 7.4 million shares at 14.25. So it's above the financing price. It was quite a bit above the financing price. It's starting to drift down now. So keep an eye on this one. See if it actually, drifts down to the financing price. Okay, I can answer that question pretty quickly, Alf. The smart stop is just something that's generated by our system, okay, and it's typically it takes into account the volatility of the stock, the high and the low of the day, and feeds those numbers into the system, and it generates a smart stop, okay? So it means that when you click on an alert, you'll be given, it's a guide. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to follow it, but that is what the system has generated. So if you took the trade, that would be an area where you might want to get out. The profit target is nothing fancy. It's just double. So the price, whatever the price is, minus wherever the smart stop is. So let's say that's 50 cents away. So the target would be $1, just double. Okay, so again, nothing fancy. Swing exit is just the 20-day low. AMC is also very weak. They've done I didn't see a pricing on it, but a $70 million financing. AMC is weak. Now the cannabis plays are really, this one's actually not bad. It's kind of holding its own. We did have, this bit of a down week, but most of the cannabis plays are down. I think as the reality sets in that, there's not going to happen anytime soon. Legalization, as William has said many times. So there's actually Tilray. I mean, look at this level it's at, right down below the 200-day moving average now. I mean, remember the euphoria on these, these 3 days right there until it topped out yesterday. I'm sorry, 2 days ago, and now down through the 200-day moving average. And I'm hearing KKR. Is this an earnings play? KKR is not an earnings play, but it's starting to drift down. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. And the theme continues. Many more upgrades and downgrades, so let me get a few of them in. This is from briefing.com. What I'm really trying to do here is also, as I say every morning, trying to see if there's some multiple upgrades. Multiple upgrades meaning the same symbol upgraded by different firms. I didn't mention Dr. Horton DHE. I'm going to get that get the chart up when I get through these upgrades. Lots of upgrades for FPRX, guys. Even after the big pop, I have upgrades by JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Roth. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me take a look at Dr. Horton DHI. I think it's an earnings play also. So it was an earnings play yesterday, November 10th, before the market opened yesterday. So yeah, okay, it's a little more expensive. Yeah, look at the rocket. I mean that had this is way up here. Looked pretty good as an earnings release. It was positive. In fact, I have it on my e-gaps up, but now it is. It's basically flat, down 27 cents from yesterday's close. Interesting. And now I'll get the downgrades in, the activity behind me. All right, so here are some of the downgrades. Interesting. I see CAE, 3 downgrades for CAE. Take a look at that chart once I finish this. Sorrento is on the move here. SRNE, I'm hearing that in my gap ups. Text to voice. All right, let me take a look at what CAE is doing here. There's a bunch of downgrades. 3 downgrades from CIBC, RBC, and National Bank Financial. Where are they out of? Oh, that's why. Okay, Saint Laurent. So obviously a dual listing. Yeah, not necessarily a specific strategy. I mean, what you can have my layout. I'm sharing a layout right here. Test drive November 2020. There's the layout that I'm sharing. If you want to take part in the test drive, there's still time. You'll have today. You'll have basically 8 days, not the full 10. If you click on the test drive link, you can sign up for it. So it's not 2 weeks, it'll be 8 days now. And for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service. Give me a moment, please. All right, so if you were in the room yesterday, you know that I was very interested in Corsair, and this is my first trade. I hadn't traded, didn't trade at all Monday, didn't trade on Tuesday while you guys were here, just because of the test drive, answering a lot of questions, which is, again, fine. I actually did end up taking this Corsair trade right here. 27.50, I think it was 27.60, and I actually sold after hours, just after hours, around 28.18. Was going to hold it, thought about holding it, but I'm just not wanting to hold anything really in this market. It did pop up, but so it's a little bit shaky right now. It was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, well, you can come into the room every day, Alf. I mean, this is, we talk about ideas every day, not necessarily specific strategies. I'm more of a momentum trader, but there are a lot of other traders in the room that have, their ideas. So Covey Drops announces filing for Covey Drops. So that like gumdrops? What are we talking about here? An intranasal formulation of a high potency neutralizing antibody. All right. So that's the news on Sorrento, SRNE. Yeah, they'll get filled. You probably have to. I mean, I don't have TDA. You probably have to. It's an option or something, a setting. But absolutely, there are very few brokers that I can think of that won't accept pre-market. Yeah, this Palantir is still interesting to me, long term. I mean, it's. I'm gonna stick an alert at the high rate there, 1589. Into its IPO was here. Yeah, and that's the other thing. If you go in a market, you'll never get filled. I mean, virtually, I want to say it like this: no brokers will accept market orders pre-market. You know, but I hate making blanket statements like that, because then there's some guy going to say, well, my broker does. So, but I don't know of a broker that does that. You have to go in limit order. Okay, Moses, if you have 925, if you have an IB account, you're test driving, so you want to trade your money? You want to trade live, or do you want to use our simulator? Live. Okay, so you want to trade your money. Oh, yeah, you can do it. I don't know if you've seen this video. This is going to explain exactly how you do it. Let me just pop it in here. Oh, you are connected. Okay, so you know how to do it. Okay. Yeah, you just connect then. If you just connect live, then if you've watched the video, you've connected to the right port and all, you can just click on the live button and then you're set to go. Yeah, the test drive the only thing you can't do, and you know, it's always my recommendation anyway, maybe not to do it, but the only thing you cannot do in the test drive is auto trade the AI with a live account, with your IB account. It's the only thing. But you can certainly, you know, if you have your own strategy that you want to auto trade, or if you just want to, you can take the AI alerts as they're coming in and trade them, just not in an auto trade fashion. Or any other alert, of course. But you can always practice. If you wanted to auto trade the AI in simulation mode, you could do that. All right, look at that PSHG. Look how far it's come down now at PSHG. It was up to 890, back down to 715. Now, you know, we have to watch this, because I mean, if it bases here for a while, it's got no resistance really until about 881 or so. What did it get to this morning? So it got right to that point. Amazing how that happens. It got right to that point. Takes that out again. Probably what this is, I doubt if this is an IPO. It's probably a name change, symbol name change. I may be wrong, but I doubt this is an IPO back here. You cannot auto trade it. Not during the test drive. I mean, if you're a subscriber, you can, but the test drivers, no. It's the only thing. All right. Wow, 929. Market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, I hope maybe to be able to do a little bit of trading today, depending on how many questions we get. So, here, close these two down. Okay, so how to get audio alerts. If you right-click on an alert window, what time is it? That's okay. Right-click on an alert window and properties, actions, check the play sound, set up the sound, just follow the instructions now. You know, you can have one of them text to speech if you want. The rest, use custom sound, select the sound, and here are some folders. Each folder has a series of price alert sound, audible alerts. Click on one, you can open it, play it. If you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then it'll get attached to that alert window. So when you say, Alf, when you say, do you have another good one that you can share? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. You mean another broker? I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, but I mean, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean by that. Market's open. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen with this PSHG. Is it going to hold this area right here and get some volume and just burst it right through? I typically don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Okay, guys. Wow, this is really taking off now. F-Tech is taking off. It's an earnings play. Low float, 17 million in the float. The next high looking left is about 140-ish. I was kind of hoping it would settle down a little bit before it had its run, but this is not going to be. Oh, guys, look at the volume that's coming into this PSHG. Look at that volume, 2.25 million opening candle right there. I know, it's so, you want to chase these, I know. But then look what happened. I mean, look what happened. This got up right up to 811 and it dropped right down to 7. It took, I mean, it could pop right back up, but I mean, look how crazy these things can be in the first 15 minutes, first 5 minutes, 2 minutes. The reason I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, I used to. I mean, I used to want to hop on something right off the bat. If you pick the right one, it's awesome. My problem was that I wasn't picking the right ones more often than not, and it's depressing. When your opening trade is a loser. It just sort of sets the look. You can't hope. I mean, even I'm not saying after 15 minutes that your first trade is going to be a winner. I just found that for me anyway, it was just better to wait a little bit of time, let things settle down a little bit, and not be so anxious to take that first trade. No fun starting the day in the hole, exactly. All right, so the setting for all the charts is if you right click on the chart and properties, all you have to do is check the show pre-market and check the show post-market. Okay? And then you'll, that shading right there, that purple area right here is after hours yesterday, and the tan area is the pre-market. All right, guys, surf on the move here. This is now it's over 10. A little bit interesting. Over 10. It had gapped up right to 12. This is a real, this is going to be, what's the spread like? Usually the spread is kind of crazy. Is it maybe just a specific chart? Like go to surf. Just make sure, because sometimes if a stock doesn't have any action after hours or in the pre-market, you won't see anything. But go to surf as an example. There it was. There it is after hours yesterday, pre-market today. BMRA. Let's take a look at BMRA. It's up by America. So I see a lot of resistance, about $8. So I mean, I guess, you know, intraday it would have some room. No volume though. There's no volume at all. I mean, so I can't really, you know, if you're looking for a swing, I mean, to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away, and there's no volume to really determine where it's going today. Well, okay, see, don't to me anyway. There looks like there's quite a bit of resistance right around like 790. So that's my opinion anyway. Excuse me. All right, so we do have an AI alert right off the bat. This is this one. So the volume has picked up for E-gain. It's an earnings play. Wow, it's kind of wrong about the Corsair. I guess I should have held it. Look at Corsair now. I say I swung. I didn't swing it. I took it right near the end of the day at 27.50. Sold it after hours at 28.17. What a pop now. I'm waiting for Martin to come into the room and say that he's got this one, which I'm sure he does. Martin M. And we have a halt. We have a halt now, and that's the bad halt, guys, right now anyway. And when I say the bad halt, this is the halt on the way down for PSHG. And I'm looking at the bid-ask stacking up. It looks like it's 650, 650. So underneath, look at FTech. Oh, man. You know, I mean, it just ran. And it's through... You know, it's through that area that I thought might stall it, or that 150 area, right through it, FTech. And you're right. And it just halted also. So this one is stacking up 168, 168. Now this has a lot of room on a percentage basis. You look left on that monthly chart, and 260, 260, 270 area on that monthly chart. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is $1.78. It looks like it'll take that out if this bid ask holds. Another one that's on the move here, RRC, Range Resources. It's a big float, $250 million in the float. Look at the room it's got if it wants to keep going. So you'll hear me say this all the time. I mean, look at the room when you look left on this daily chart. You see there's maybe the resistance area way up here, 939. That's $2 away, which is plenty of room for a $7 stock. Now, when I say that, I don't mean I don't have any idea where it's going right now, but and I'm not saying it's going to get up here. All I'm saying is that there's no chart resistance. Now, this is also a little earnings play. I didn't talk about this one because I suspected it. I didn't think it would really do much, but this is an earnings play, kind of like the FTech in terms of the price range. It has more in the float, 37 million in the float. This is PFMT, and I mean, look at the room. I mean, look at the room it's got also. So let's watch this one to see if it settles down a little bit and then starts to run again. Pre-market high was 146. But again, if you look left, you can see that, you know, it's got a shot to get up to that 2 level. All right, now GNFT, which was, I mean, it's not a low float. It's still do not see any specific reason for GNFT. I don't see any. I can't see a headline on it that is for the reason it's moving higher. I'm sure there is a reason, but I don't see it. It's up 32%. Good, great volume. It's going to easily. I mean, it's 200 times normal volume right now. Now, my watch list. Should have mentioned this before. You want to follow along. You can either download my layout that I'm sharing, or you can go to the channel bar from the toolbar. You can click on the channel bar and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. And there we go. GNFT just now. Why did I have an alert there? The high of the pre-market. Notice how my price alert window popped up on my screen? Let's see if I can make it do it again. So nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on any alerts happening until 9:45 in these two windows. The theme being trying to let things settle down a little bit. I mean, look how, I mean, look at this one. Got up to 567 and immediately just drops down to 521. I mean, these are wild swings. PSHG just opened. All right, so PSHG just opened. Now, I'm just going to say Revlon, just going to say Revlon again, and it just got halted. REV, and it just got halted, had a crazy day yesterday, got all the way up to 1349. You can see what it did. 1339, I guess. Closed down here. It's a big, I mean, it dropped a lot, but it's contending with that 200-day moving average. 1040 is the 200-day moving average, so it's just below it. Meanwhile, FTech is just, it ran away from me. Not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers if I wanted to. Yeah, so you'll see what happens if we get an alert. It's almost like this one down here. If you can see the basic new highs and lows, all right? See how this one, see FTech is, every time it makes a new high, you'll see it in this window. In the don't repeat right there, FTech, this is the first time it was alerted. Okay, when all the filters were met at $1.36. You'll only see it one time in the don't repeat. The same thing here. When we get an alert here, you'll only see it one time, the very first time it was alerted. And so the watch list up, as an example, every time when a stock makes a new high and with other filters in place, you'll see it here. You'll see it over and over again in this window every time it makes a new high. So why do I do that? It's good to go back in time when you see, so I can see right now, I can say, okay, what happened after 931 for PSHG or FTech at 935 at 136? What did it do after that? Okay, RRC, the alert was at 731. What did it do after that? You know, I mean, it didn't really move that much. The GNFT 555, what did it do after that? It got up to 568. So one of our filters is the halts resumes. Okay, one of our scans is the halts resume scans, and I'm sharing that screen. Not, you don't see it; it's on another monitor, but it's one of the. I mean, if you click on the room drive icon or scans right there, it'll be one of the scans that I'm sharing. So again, I've got 3 monitors, so I do have other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors. One of them being the halts resumes. All right, it is now 9:45, so let's see if we get anything in here. Well, I mean, it's difficult. I mean, it's always great if you're in a stock that got halted on the way up for the first time, typically. But the opportunities now, I mean, you have to wait and see how how an FTech, for instance. I mean, at this point, it might be something that you want to consider, because it got halted and it moved down and it came right back up. So I mean, there's still interest in the stock. Halts are difficult. I mean, if you're in the halt, I mean, look at this. I mean, look at it go. A lot of times you'll see a halt and it'll just collapse. Maybe the second or third halt. But FTech, the other thing too to remember is that it's an earnings play. So this is a stock, because it's an earnings play. That's the catalyst for all of this. It'll be active all day. I mean, look at the volume, 27 million. There's the float, 17. It'll trade the float multiple times today. So the opportunity is, if you're not in the stock ahead of time, you just have to watch how it's trading when it comes out of the halt. If it bases a little bit and then pops, maybe. But halts are not easy to trade. If you're new to trading, I mean, I would... here's another... Okay, so Revlon. So Revlon just... So, I mean, you could look at this and go, okay, yesterday's high for Revlon was 1343. Is it possible it's going to challenge that? But I mean, you're chasing it right now. This is a pure chase. And this FPRX just got halted on the way down. And this is shortable for me too. So I'm looking at the bid-ask stacking up. Most brokers, all I have to do is look at your like your order entry or somewhere, your time and sales, something like that, and you will see what the bid-ask is stacking up to be. And so when I see it right now, I mean, it's $20.46, 20.46. So it got halted at 20.55. So I mean, it's not, so it's underneath the halt price, which leads us to suspect that it's going to, when it opens, it could gap down a little bit, but it's not horribly underneath. I mean, sometimes, you'll see a stock gets halted and then you'll see the bid ask way under the halt price. Now, that's not good. So here's one that's sneaking in here. So look at the room this one has. This SBBP volume is just starting to pick up. It's on a super low float, 52 million in the float. I don't see any specific reason. I'm just looking to see headline news on it. I don't see any specific reason for this being up. Well, I just tried to, well, maybe it's a good thing. This Egan, I'm interested in this Egan as a short. It is from the AI, 1181. It did pop right back up to, so I don't like the early ones from the AI. I like to see things settle down a little bit, just, after the first 15. I tried to get a short on it. I could not get a fill. And one of the reasons is it's down 31%. And if you're not familiar with the uptick rule, if a stock is down more than 10%, then what we call the uptick rule is in effect. So, I mean, typically if you want to short something, you just go in at the bid. You know, assuming your broker has shorts available, you just go in at the bid and you'll get a fill. Just like if you want to buy something, you go in at the ask, you'll get an instant fill. But if a stock is down 10% or more, then before you can get a fill at the bid, it has to go, some activity has to happen at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid. Great. Problem is, you could be in a queue of a lot of other people looking to short it. So sometimes it can be frustrating to try to get a fill on to short something when it's down more than 10%. And that's what happened to me. But it's still kind of popping up and down. I mean, it's not, there might be an opportunity later on. And the other thing about this will carry over tomorrow also. Even if the stock is, so if you try to short it tomorrow, as long as the stock, you'll have a tough time shorting it tomorrow too. The uptick rule is in effect for the following day. Also, even if the stock is not down 10%. D-Dog was wasn't that an earnings play? Or, yeah, D-Dog is an earnings play. One day I'm going to short one of these expensive ones. Join you guys. All right, guys, there's Pac B. Pac B is, what was the news on it? Sorry, they did a financing. So this is really, really reacting well to its financing. 70, was it, how many shares? 7.4 million shares at $14.25 a share. So this is really, really reacting well to its financing. I mean, I would say historically, when a company does a financing, it'll gap down below the financing price. Existing shareholders do not like seeing their positions diluted by adding more shares. But we're seeing more and more situation. There's FPRX just opened. We're seeing more and more when a company does a financing that, investors seem to shrug it off. They might be saying to themselves, well, you know what? They're raising the money for all the right reasons, as opposed to raising money because if we don't, we're going to go out of business. Okay, so here's Mayo. Mio Mayo. So here's Mayo, 3 million in the float, guys. And the alert at 6 from my watch list. See if it holds over 6. And it's an earnings play. Mayo's an earnings play, so it should be active most of the, well, it's going to be active all day because it is an earnings play. And again, if you're wondering why I'm saying that, some of these smaller ones that don't get a lot of action, the day they have earnings is the day that their volume usually explodes. This is such a low float. Okay, so Revlon just halted again on the way down this time. Okay, so it halted on the way down this time. Well, I think every layout, I mean, I haven't really thought of it like that, but I think every layout you're going to have to arrange on your, if you're using different layouts, you're going to have to do the same thing, because the system can't know I mean, if I put another layout up here, it doesn't know where I want all my monitor, where I want all my scans. Does that make sense? So I'm going to have to arrange them again and then save and go that open relative to main window again for every layout. Okay, guys, I'm watching Mayo like a hawk to see if it can hold 6. Yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to hold 6. Not yet, anyway. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert, a price alert, right at 613. And see if it takes that out later on. I mean, this is such a low float, anything could happen. And it's got a ton of room. So keep an eye on the Mayo with another break over 6. So I see that the Canadian markets are actually open. So this is it's a holiday in Canada, but the markets are open. Yeah, look at the SPY. Yeah, look at that SPY, big red candle. I haven't really talked about the SPY. SPY's up a little bit, Dow's down a little bit, but look at tech. We're a real big disconnect going here. Look at the Qs, guys. I mean, the Qs are, well, they're starting to fall now too, but the Qs are up. So the market is iffy territory right now. So look at PAC-B, man, PAC-B from, there's the alert, 1628. So this is now up to 1676. I mean, this could still be interesting, this FTech. I mean, it's got room. I mean, it's got another dollar, to get to this area. 178, there's the high looking left on the monthly chart. So it's a little bit above that high. I mean, it still has room. If this, explodes through 2, look out. All right, RLJ. That was one of those kind of REITs, I guess, that went crazy on this day right there with the AHT, etc. IHT now starting to give it up. Look at this, underneath 11. If you can't get it to work, yeah, if you can't get it to work, that sounds more like a technical issue. Okay, Jimmy. So what I would do is I would go to the home page. There's almost no point in talking to me in that regard in terms of a technical issue. So I'm going to give you the home page. And if you click on the home page link, I'm sorry, that's my home page. Here, I want to get you the TI, the Trade Ideas homepage. All right, so we click on the Trade Ideas homepage, and it's going to a little pop-up questions and answers. Just just say, hey, I'm having a tough time with the AI. I don't know. I mean, can you not explain it a little bit? I mean, I can try to help. Your English is pretty good right there. I mean, I can try to help because I don't know what you mean by I can't get Holly to work. If you're wondering like why are you not seeing the alerts? From the toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And then this window is what you'll see, and you just follow the alerts all day long. Obviously not a great day to start. All right, things have settled down just a little bit here. Pack B now. Wow, what a move. Look at this move for Pack B over the last few weeks. I mean, this month right there, 374. So when is that? That was in August. I mean, what a move for Pack B. Okay, so if no trades are being sent, I don't know if you've watched the video. Okay, I don't know. I mean, are you talking about auto trading? You really should watch that video, okay? That's going to go over all, I mean, maybe your port isn't selected correctly. I mean, it's really hard for me to know. What they might ask you to do is send your log file. Yeah, it's hard for me to help you. Okay, the auto trading does not send. So are you trying to trade your live account, Jimmy? A live account, like your Interactive Brokers account? Hopefully I'm asking the right questions. You have an Interactive Brokers account and you're trying to trade your live account, not simulation. Oh, okay. Well, if it's paper, have you connected? Are you connected to the simulator? I think you're probably connected because you're saying the trades are sent by hand. So you must be connected to the simulator. So what are you trying to auto trade? Are you trying to auto trade the AI? I mean, are you trying to auto trade these alerts? All right, I'm keeping an eye on this GNFT because if you're trying to auto trade this in simulation mode, one of the reasons why you might not be getting fills is, and again, I would encourage you to watch the video. It could be with the offset, what we call the offset. So yes, you might get an alert. I mean, there's an alert at 29.61, but by the time, even though it's auto trading it, the stock may be moving fairly quickly. And so you could not get a fill at 29.61. So the offset, as an example, now I've changed this, but your offset might say 2 cents, minus 2 cents, which means that if you were trying to get a fill and it's moving quickly, 29.61, and let's just say by the time it could actually get that order, even though it's auto trading it, but the stock is moving quickly, it might be outside of your offset. You know, if the offset you have is 2 cents as an example, which I think might be the default, I'm not sure, then you're not going to get a fill. If that makes sense. But that's why I would encourage you to watch the video, because all that is explained in the video. Oh, I'm not asking you. No, I'm talking to somebody in the other trading room. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to know those sort of or answer those sort of questions. I mean, they may have to look at your log file. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Tejazwi. I'm sorry. So they may have to look at your log file. You might have to send your log file. Because it's hard for me to know why that's happening. And to send a log file, you go to help and then send files to support. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's connected to IB. I mean, you've said that you're able to manually do it, so yes. But if you're paper trading, simulation trading, if you're simulation trading, you don't have to connect to IB. It's simulate. Our paper trader uses our real-time data. So at that point, obviously it wasn't outside of 2 cents, I guess, which is strange because PACB was really moving. If you're paper trading, you don't need to. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is connect to the simulator, and it's using our real-time data. It's got nothing to do with IB anymore. Okay, again, have you watched that video? Because it goes into a lot of detail about that. Have you watched the video, the Brokerage Plus intro video, setting limit buys and all? I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed asking me about how to set a limit buy. I mean, really, it's all to do with the offset. But I mean, it's all covered. There's the limit offset, right there for me. So your order type is a limit, but you're willing to go because you may not get a fill. Even if you're auto trading, I mean, if the stock is moving fairly quickly, you're not going to get a fill right at that price. So sometimes you have to say to yourself, okay, how far outside of the price will I take the trade? And that's what the limit offset is all about. So, I mean, if you have a limit offset of 2 cents and a stock is really moving quickly, you may not get a fill. Yeah, I cannot watch that, Jimmy. Listen, I would encourage you. Today is Wednesday, so Michael Noss will be. If you can hang around, but you can ask the question now to him. He is around. He'll be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1, and he is our Brokerage Plus / IB expert. Okay. And you can ask him all sorts of questions. But right now, I would go to the homepage. I don't know what's going on, and I really cannot watch that video, that screencast-o-matic, whatever it is. Okay? Just go to the homepage, click on the homepage link, and start a chat. And when Michael is there, and he might be able to analyze what's going on. I just can't. All I've been able to do is to say to you, if you're running the simulator, You haven't told me though yet if you're trying to auto trade the AI. And again, if you're trying to auto trade the AI, and I think I tried to outline what that limit offset is all about. And if you're not getting any fills, that could be the reason. You know, you have to increase the offset. All right, just kind of watching some things on my other some thumbnail charts I have on my other monitors, just seeing if there's anything potentially interesting going on. Market is, so we had that big red bar, and well, it looks like it wants to continue a little bit. So the Dow is down, NAS is still up, SPY is still up a little bit, but it is starting to fade somewhat. Yeah, so I mean, that is a suggestion. So there it is. Yeah, I mean, so your stop now is 31.92. That's the rising 20 SMA. You know, see how it's been rising? I mean, it's just tracking it. So okay, so as far as closing out on Friday, so does Josh. Well, you see what I think. See what we're doing is we're saying, okay, you know, we went back to April and we took all the trades of the week from April to well, last week. Okay, and obviously we'll add this one this week. If the trade of the week actually triggered, you know, so every trade of the week has a price in which it triggers, then it gets counted in this statistic I'm going to talk to you about. I mean, some of them do not trigger. For instance, Hog, the trigger was what, 32.95. So I mean, it triggered, but it's possible that it you know, or in the first 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, if it did not trigger, get up to 32.95, then it wouldn't be counted in the statistics that I'm going to talk about. So if the trade actually triggered in the first either Monday or Tuesday, then we said, okay, what happens if you took that trade and you closed it out on Friday? And you did that every time. So, and we wanted to see how well the trade of the week would do just in that scenario. So it doesn't mean you have to get out of the trade. You know, I mean, look at the NIO. I know there are people that, you know, were still in NIO or still in NIO maybe, you know, from the 22 to target. It's just for our sort of statistical analysis. So that say if you had $10,000 and you invested that in the trade of the week every week, what would have happened? And then, you know, the next week you've got another 10,000. Hopefully, if the trade of the week didn't lose too much, what would happen? You just keep reinvesting that money in the trades of the week, getting out every Friday, and the results were pretty darn good. Yeah. So thank you, the dreamer. So hopefully that answers your question. If you're trying to use your IB account to auto trade the AI and you're on the test, you can't do it. You know, that's the only limitation we put on people in the test drive. But you can use the simulator. Okay, I will give you a link for the trades of the week, etc. So for those of you interested in signing up for the trades of the week, if you click on my homepage link, get the trade of the week delivered to your inbox. So if you click here, you can sign up for it, and it'll get delivered approximately 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay? Now, some people have an issue. They don't seem to get them. You have to check your spam folder. Sometimes it goes into the spam folder, okay? But, you know, the vast majority of people do get the trade of the week. And it's a free, that's a free service. And when you get the trade of the week, it comes in form of an email, of course, and it's outlined. It says, okay, you know, it kind of goes into the theory behind, well, why is hog the trade of the week this week? So there was a scan that was used. It identified hog and said this is the reason why we have selected hog as the trade of the week, and it has a target price. So in other words, if it gets to this price, then the trade is considered live. And I think it was $32.95, so of course the trade was live. And then usually that blue line right there is the 20 SMA on the daily chart. Usually that is the stop. So you know that, and it's, of course it's rising, you know, as the price was going up. So if, for instance, you were in this trade and it hit that, you'd get out right there at that stop. Now, you know, you can get out whenever you want, but that is the stop. So Jimmy, no, if you become a subscriber to Trade Ideas, if you're bound and determined that you want to auto trade the AI, you'll be able to. It's just that during this test drive, that's the only limitation we put on, is that for test drivers, not to auto trade the AI using your money in an Interactive Brokers account. You can, why, you know what I would do? I mean, if you're on the test drive, why wouldn't you use a simulator and see how it works? You know, before you rush in and you know, use your money in your IB account and auto trade the AI. Why would you do it in the simulator first, just to see how it works? Start following what Real is talking about. So he is talking about, HXL, way, probably standard deviation wise, way above it. Through the 200-day moving average, also HXL, if there's any, it talks to be acquired. So that's the news on it. Acquired by, I don't know who Solvay source is, or Solvay. Belgian-based Solvay. So they've received a takeover I'm just seeing here a takeover opportunity for this company called Solvay. It's a Belgian-based company to take over HXL. So that's why it's moving in the first place. Yeah, that's the only limitation, Jimmy. But as I say, why not use the simulator first? I mean, see how it works. You know, see how it will work if you auto trade before you commit money to the market. Why wouldn't you, if you've never done this before, why wouldn't you use the simulator and auto trade the AI? Okay, I don't understand. Hey, when I click on your link, it will not log me into Trade Ideas. Yeah, I'll answer your question in a minute here, War Child. Um, well, I mean, typically, I don't know how you guys do it, but I mean, for me to log into Trade Ideas every day, I've just got it pinned down here, and I just log in like that. Um, I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, you know, because you don't want to download the program every day. Most have like a shortcut or something, and they just click on that and then they log in. So, okay, when you say sign up, what do you mean by signing up? Are you talking about signing up to take the program itself, or to start a subscription, or are you talking about signing up for the test drive? Oh, for the trade of the week. Okay. Well, it should be. So when I click on my, just gonna find my. Ooh, just a minute, please. All right, sorry about that. So when I go to my home page, and so where it says click here and just sign up for it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else you need. First name, email, and sign up, and that's it. Or am I not understanding? Okay, good. Okay, Wolf, let me answer your question now. I mean, listen to what or read what Real is saying. Do not commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. That's why we have the simulator. And our simulator is using our real-time data. You can practice trading before you commit money to the market. And I say this all the time. If you cannot make money by paper trading, simulation trading, the absolute, almost for sure guarantee will be that you will not be able to make money when you commit money to the market. Now, if you make money paper trading, there's still no guarantee you're going to make money once you commit money to the market, because then all sorts of emotions come into play when you actually see your money and you see your P&L whipping up and down, okay? But if you cannot do it paper trading, I'm sorry, you'll have a very, very, very tough time, you know, making money when your real money is on the line. So that's why we have the paper trader. Practice. Okay. Warchild. Way the AI where I can do the settings, a certain volume or price. No. So the AI is, time is it now? It's almost 10:30. So the AI is set up like this. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and when the market closes every evening, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market was closed, and these are the strategies that made the cut. Okay, these are the ones that made the cut out of the 50 strategies. Why they made the cut? at the proper profit factor and win percentage combination, okay? So, to answer your question, we don't know what alerts we're going to get from those strategies that made the cut. Some of the strategies, even though they made the cut, will not produce anything, because no filter, the filters criteria were not met. So what I mean by that is, it's just like, I don't know, this is the basic new highs and lows that I'm sharing, all right? So here are the filters in here. So I'm looking for prices between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4. In other words, it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum of 400,000 shares, up or down 4%. So before we start the day, if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I'll get a real-time alert. So I have no idea, with these filters in place, what stocks are going to be alerted today. I have no idea. So it's just like, all of these strategies have, filters in place. We have no idea what stocks are going to be alerted, and sometimes there'll be none because there are no stocks with, revision to the mean long right now has produced nothing because no stocks have met all the filter criteria. So that makes sense, War Child? Okay. Now, is the simulator free or paid? So you have to have a standard subscription, if that's what you mean. I mean, you do need a standard subscription to use the simulator. So in that regard, I suppose it is not free, if that's what you mean. But it uses our real-time data. You don't have to, doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It uses our real-time data to practice. One moment, please. All right. Okay, it's almost 10:30. Why don't I do the welcome now? So first of all, if you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live in the mic, and yes, it's free. You do not have to be a subscriber to be in this room. If you're in this room thinking, well, I guess I'm allowed in this room because there's this test drive going on. Nope, it's free all the time. Now, we are in the third day, beginning of the third day of the test drive. And so you still have an opportunity if you would like. Except, sorry about that, wrong link. Just give me a moment. Lucky, I want to talk a little bit about the test drive for those of you who might want to take the test drive. So the test drive, if you click on this link right there, you'll be brought to this page. So obviously you're not going to get 2 weeks, okay? It's not a running 2 weeks. It ends on the 20th, so you'll get almost a full 8 days if you sign up right now. And it'll cost $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service. The only, I guess I should have mentioned, the only thing you cannot do is auto trade the AI if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, that's the only thing you can't do. But everything else is, it's just as if you were a premium subscriber. When the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to worry. We're not going to automatically put you into a subscription. Well, there's going to be a pretty good promo code, I'm sure, when the test drive is over, so that if you do want to take out a subscription, you can do so, of course. One of the things I always tell people is that anything you're doing in this test drive, one other thing, if you're a standard subscriber, you can upgrade to premium up to the 20th. All right, so you can also test out our premium service. Everything you're doing in the test drive, if you save, individual windows that you have, if you created a layout, save it to the cloud. Go up to the toolbar, File, Save, or Share to Cloud. Entire layout, click on that, give it a name, and save it. And also individual windows. Why? Because if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, if it's the day after the test drive, if it's a month later, 2 years later, as long as you use the same email that you used for the test drive to sign up, then all the work you've done will be available to you. It'll be in our cloud and you can access it. Okay? I don't think I can help you. I'm trying to answer. You might have to, if you can stick around. If you can stick around between 12 and 1, you're in the YouTube feed right now, all right? Because Michael Noss will be in the YouTube feed. You can ask him that question, okay? Off the top of my head, I just can't answer it. I don't know why, okay? But he's the one who created that video. And so if you can be around between 12 and 1 in this feed that you're in, he will be able to more than likely answer that question. Off the top of my head, I just don't know the answer to it. So that's a test drive. Now, somebody had a question before I keep going. Just give me a second here. Okay, so let me answer some questions before I keep... Okay, what does profit save mean as an exit reason for the AI? Okay, so every strategy in the AI, don't know if I've got it in mind here, but yeah, I don't have the column. Well, there's a time stop, okay? There's some, I don't have the profit, I don't really honestly care about what the profit target is, but there's a time stop, okay? And so that means, I mean, most of these now are right to the end of the day. So what happens is this. Back this out. So what happens is this. Let's just say, for argument's sake, HXL was well, this one. Let's see. Okay, profit save here. We'll just use the actual example. So 64.33. So it popped up 64.33. It got up to 64.82, and when it saw this little action here, I guess it looked at that and said, "I don't like this, so I'm going to get out of the trade for what we call a profit save." Make sure that's right. 64.33, 64.88. 64.05. Okay. Now that is a little bit. Yeah, I've asked them to change that. Because it looks like it's a profit save, but in actual fact, it decided to get out before it hit the stop. So there's the price, 64.33. It moved up, and then as it started moving down, it said, you know what, we better get out of this trade. I don't like the fact that it's called profit save because it looks like a profit save, but that's just the way it is. And it was an algorithm that kicked in and to get out of the trade. Let me see if, they're all like that. Yeah, so I mean, even here, it's not a profit save so much, but I don't like the way it's phrased. This one is a little bit better, I guess, 70.05, so it got out at 70.30. Just didn't like the way it was trading. So instead of waiting all day to get out of the trade, or waiting maybe for a stop to be hit, or waiting for something else, decides don't like the way it's trading, getting out. Kind of like, as a human, you might do that. Okay, so are you talking about the basic new highs and lows, Lucky? Okay, the dark water mother, dark water mother, dark water color. Yeah, this is only available for me. Um, they gave me this because they wanted, people were saying it was hard to see on my screen the symbol, so they gave me this, but unfortunately, it's not user. It's not. It's nothing you guys can do. It's not a user option. And how to download from the cloud. Okay, Lucky. Hopefully, I'm caught up. Oh, so Silverhawk. Well, I usually place the trade of the week Monday mornings. Okay, Monday mornings, because that's that's when it's sent out. So I don't put it every day. But if you're interested, I mean, the trade of the week is hog, and it was live at 32.95, I believe. Okay, so how to load from the cloud? Okay. Okay, Audie, I'll answer your question and just let me answer Lucky. So how to load from the cloud? So all my scans, so let me go to maybe the easiest way right now. Okay, so there's my home page. Here's my home page. Click on my home page link. Now you see where it says scans? Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Click here. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted this one, the strong stocks up. And right underneath it says click for strong stocks up. So you click on it, and this will appear in a new browser tab. There it is. All you do is you highlight it. So it's now, and then copy it, Control C, once it's highlighted. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and notice that it's here. It's already here. You know, that same string is right in there. It was loaded automatically. Now, if for some reason it's not, I can't imagine why it wouldn't be, you paste it in. As long as you've copied it correctly, and then you just Control V, paste it in. But I haven't seen an occurrence that if you've done what I just did, highlight the link and then copy it, it should be there, and then you just load. And there it is. It shows up on my other monitor. Okay, there it is. Now, once you have it, and if you like it, save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. So now it'll be in your cloud forever, unless you delete it. It's always a good idea. It's always a good idea to save all your individual scans to the cloud, because there comes a point, I have a lot of scans that I share, I have a lot of scans that I have created over, 10 years, and, obviously I don't use them all. But every now and then I look at one that I haven't used for a while. I bring it back, check it out to see, that looks kind of interesting. So maybe I incorporate it back into my layout. How did I go to my website? Can you not see right here? Just click on that link, Barry's homepage. Can you not see that? When you click on that, you're brought to my homepage, and then click here for my scans. Okay, can I use trade ideas? Yes, there is a dog sniffing around. Happy little puppy. Can I use TI only for swing trades? So, it's a question we get a lot. Swing trading is just a mindset, really. I mean, I'm not a swing trader. I happen to like being out of most things at the end of the day. I sleep better and all. But listen, people who like to swing trade, this is why I have a daily chart, a weekly chart, and a monthly chart up and running all the time. Because if I click on an alert, and I like the way, and if it is traded, you know, I mean, look at this. Now it is at yesterday's high. Rev is at yesterday's high, just a little bit above it. So let's just say I'm not, you know, I'm just using Rev as an example. Let's just say Rev closed very well today. And you look left, and there still appears to be room up to the $21 mark. You can then make a determination well, okay, I kind of like this. I'm going to swing trade it. Okay, I mean that's completely and utterly up to you. That's why I have these bigger time frames on. So I want to see what sort of resistance there is. If there's a lot of what we call blue sky or a gap, or then I think, okay, this becomes a candidate. And again, I'm just using this one as an example. Okay, so when you say, you know, can you use it? I mean, it's totally up to you. You know, the AI alerts, if you get into one of these and at the end of the day it still looks good in terms of where it could keep going, you can make a determination on whether or not you want to hold it. Okay, so test run. I am sharing. Okay, just give me a second. I'm going to answer your question. I want to just make sure I've got all the other questions. Am I the only one? I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one with a homepage like that. You mean within Trade Ideas? I really don't know. MDGS. Okay, well, you see where it got stuck? It got stuck right up here, I think. Yeah, right up here, right around 289 or so. It got stalled right there. There's the high 294 3 weeks ago. It got up to 290, right to the penny maybe, 289. So, you know, it's got to clear this. I mean, I don't know what you're looking for. If you're looking for just a little gap into this area, yeah, it might. But it's a very low float, so you always have to be, you know, careful of that float. I don't know if there's specific news on it. And I guess it did get halted before. You know, I didn't see it. You know, I mean, it's settling down a little bit. It's pulled back after the halt. It's settling down a little bit. But I'd be a little wary of it breaking through here. So it depends how much you're looking for. You know, the more it settles down, the better. And then if it pops from there, yeah. But, you know, look where it stalled. Okay, test run. Can you hear me and can you see my screen? Make sure that you can see all that before okay. So yeah, so you've got a toolbar up here. So you can do a few things. Before I do that, just give me a moment, please. I just want to make sure I've got some things pinned. All right, I think I'm good to go. Okay, so one way to get started. Now I am sharing my layout. All right, so you could have the layout that basically you see that I'm sharing. But another way we have this channel bar. So if you click on new and you click on channel bar, now did you do this and then some charts, etc. to the right? So when you click on a channel, and they're all themed. So for instance, an earnings channel, okay? So, upside earnings blow yesterday or today. So here we go. There's FTech. Okay, so this is so all these channels are themed. So if you saw something that you liked, you won't necessarily know if you like it, but that, is interesting, looks kind of interesting. Upside earnings blowout, looks kind of interesting. So what you can do, just want to bring this down a little. Okay. What you can do is first right click. And when you right click on any window, you always bring up this sort of a menu. Configure and summary. All I'm doing is right now, I'm just showing you what filters we're using, okay? Now, not very many filters here, okay? But you might, again, if you're brand new to trade ideas, I mean, you can add things like a price range, a minimum volume. This is probably not, this was not a great example because some of the other windows will have more filters in there. But let's just say for argument's sake, you thought, you know what, I kind of like this. So you right click, save or share to cloud, and you save it. Okay? Now you can go, let's go to momentum. Notice how you can, now what happens in here is that you can only have, these are all layouts, and you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So now I look at this one, Momo. So let's take a look at what the filters are. The more filters, right? So now stock prices between 1 and 50. If you don't like that, just click on the icon. And, I want to see stocks between 20 and 100. Well, minimum volume is right 100,000. I want it to be 500,000. So if you click on the summary, you see how these have changed. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Mayo guys could be interesting. What do I got to do here? So you can then take kind of a generic window, kind of customize it to how you want to trade. And then again, save or share to cloud. Save. So you can see the kind of the exercise that I'm going through. Going through every channel and maybe extracting windows that might look interesting. When you've done that, you don't have to do it. I'm sharing a lot of scans also, but let me just show you how you can do it using the channel bar, extracting windows that might look interesting. If I close all, well, I don't want to close all my windows, but if you close all your windows, then you'll just have your toolbar again. Then you can go back, file, load from cloud. Then you can start bringing back these windows one by one that you've saved. In other words, to create your own layout. That's one way of doing it. Okay so far? And I don't expect you to get it all right off the bat. But now the other thing you can do, though, is I'm, for instance, sharing a layout. And if you wanted to see, what you're seeing here, I know I've added this is not in the layout I'm sharing, but that's okay. But in essence, if you wanted to see what I'm sharing right now to the group, there is the link for it. And all you do is you just click on the link. It's going to be loaded into a new browser tab. You just highlight it. So now it's highlighted. You copy it, Control C, you copy it. And then you would file, load from cloud. You see how it is here already, right? That box is filled in. And then you would load it. I'm not going to do it because I already have it up and running. So I don't want to duplicate it. And that's how then you could have, my layout as an example. So that can kind of get you started. Okay. Now I'm also sharing a lot of individual scans. So the same way that I showed you, when you click on that cloud link, on that link there, how it can load my entire layout, I'm also sharing from my home page. I'm sharing a lot of scans, just individual scans. Here they all are. You would just click on it, and again, it would load into a browser tab. You would copy the link, and then file load from cloud. So, you might see something that looks interesting to you here. You could have my layout, and then you could start to, to take a look at my individual scans, and if you can add some, if you wanted to. Once you've kind of got a layout in mind that you might want to see every day, then file, save or share to cloud, and where it says entire layout, you click on that, give it a name, save it. That becomes your layout that you'd like to see every single day. I've kept the same layout, virtually the same layout for years. I don't bounce around layout to layout to layout all day long. What I'll do every now and then though is I might, because as I said before, I've been customer of Trade Ideas since 2010, so I've created a lot of like many scans. On the weekends, what I'll do is I'll take a look at some scans and I'll say, yeah, maybe I should bring that one back. Take a look at that one. And I'll examine it and say, yeah, you know what? This is starting to, because look, some scans just kind of, after a while, you think you've got a nice little setup, but they're not giving the sort of alerts that I like, perhaps. So I get rid of it for a while. Getting rid of it doesn't mean I erase it, delete it. It means I just keep it. I'll keep it in the cloud, and from time to time, as I say, I'll look at all my scans. Now, unfortunately, I've kind of missed my entry on the Mayo. I was wanting to maybe take this one when it got back over to that level, but let's see how it's trading now. MYO. So the other thing that I do, you'll notice, just one moment. So here's my watch list up and down and the repeating version. So I do this every day. This is something I create. Once the market closes, I have a watch list. And the watch list right now is made up of, I don't know how many, I'm not going to bother counting, might be 35 stocks. From those 35 stocks, these are the ones that have triggered. They've met the filter requirements. Okay, these are the ones that have triggered out of the 30. I don't want everyone to trigger, too many. So what I do, and the reason I do this, especially maybe for new traders, instead of, it could be overwhelming. Look at all the alerts you're getting. You're seeing everything on my screen. To get you to concentrate maybe on just a few alerts a day. Now, it doesn't mean that when you get the alert, you'd have to take the trade immediately. Mio! All right. So it gets you to concentrate on just a few stocks every day. So the exercise that I go through, once the market closes, I take a look at the existing watch list, and I run through them all. Not just the ones that actually triggered, and I load them one by one. Now loading, and I click on them, and then I examine the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts. And if I think a stock that even if it didn't trigger today, still has room to move on these higher time frames, then more than likely I will keep the stock on the watch list. So I go through, that's the exercise that I go through for the current watch list. And then I have 10 or 15 scans that I look at. And again, go through that exercise, all those scans that I look at, load every chart, make a determination whether or not I think, a stock is worthy enough to be on the watch list for the next day. All you have to do is just load. You can go to the toolbar, new, channel bar, and then there's my watch list. And that's available every single day. So I did go over what the AI is all about, okay? How it runs through this optimization routine. These are the ones that made the cut. Now this is my recommendation on how to watch them. See, I always say this I don't care what strategies made the cut. It's totally irrelevant to me. All I care about is what alerts am I going to get from those strategies today. And so for me to see these alerts all day long, click on new from the toolbar, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is the window that you'll get. And instead of having to do that every morning, because when you start off in the morning before the market opens, this will be blank, of course. It doesn't do anything in the pre-market. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So when you load your layout every morning, it's already there. You don't have to do it every morning. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. When the alert happens, there is the trigger, the entry price. There is a stop. And then it's kind of up to you to manage the trade as you see fit. I like to look at I sort on this, what we call the aggressive profit percent column all day long. I want to see the stocks that are up the most, that are performing the best, because there's always opportunities. People get a little hung up on, man, I didn't get it. The entry was 63.21, and when I didn't get it. It's at 63.25 now, 4 cents away. Don't get too hung up on not getting it right at the price. Okay, because these are not designed just to go 4 cents, 5 cents. Mio does not have enough volume. Well, 3 million shares? Mio? How many shares do you want? It's traded the float now. Well, guys, I'm telling you after the fact, but obviously this is the one that I was keying on. I'm in a trade. I'm in a trade finally. And I've already traded some out, but I don't understand when you say not enough volume for a day trade. I'm not sure I understand. 3.5 million. And I'm not trying to convince you or anything, but 3.5 million shares. It's an earnings play, so it should be active most of the day. There is no stickle. Obviously it's gapped way up on the daily chart. Look at the monthly chart. It's got room. No, I'm going to harangue you or harass you. How dare you say that it doesn't have enough volume? It's the only one I was focused on all day. It's also trading 11 times normal, yes. Yes, at 11 o'clock, you're absolutely right. Well, it's 11 o'clock Eastern time. It's 8 o'clock my time, but you're absolutely right. Every time I see the D-Day landing, I just, just cannot believe it. All right, there was 1 minute, and I'll probably do it my time. Say it's 8 o'clock my time. Okay, where is my layout? Let me just pop the link in here for you, okay, Magnus? There's my layout, okay? There is a link to my layout. Well, one of the things about this trading room too, Silverhawk, for me personally, I mean, I'm not going to tell people, I mean, listen, this is a free room. I understand that there are other trading rooms where, they charge. And so you're expecting somebody to tell you, buy this right now, get out here right now. That is not what I do. Okay, I mean, we talk about trades in the room all day long. Now with the Mayo, I mean, I was, I thought I missed it, but you have to understand, I mean, I was watching Mayo. That was my number one watch. Once it took out that area, I thought I missed it. It pulled back just a little bit, so I took the trade. Okay, but I'm not going to tell people, okay, everybody, you should be in Mayo. And now you should get out of Mayo. I'm not an investment advisor in that form, but we've got a lot of great traders in the room also, so it's, and then, that turned out to be a very quick trade for me. On a percentage, and that's, I like the lower price ones because, on a percentage basis, they give me personally the best returns just on a percentage basis. You get into something at 6.28 and get out in a heartbeat at 6.68. I'll take that. Well, it showed up on my watch list. I'm obviously partial to my watch list. I create the watch list of not just for you guys, but for me too. So, it came up on my watch list. All right, so when you right click on it, well, you just click on it, and not right click on it. When you click on it, left click on it, I guess, actually. Okay, click on the link, Magnus. It'll show up in a browser tab. Highlight it like I just did. So I just highlighted, then I copied it, Control C, I copied it. And then from there, you go to the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and it will appear right in that box. And then you just load it. But remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, make sure, if it's from the channel, then it doesn't matter. But if it's something you've created already, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Once it's on your screen, then, and if you like it, then you save it. Then you would save, File, Save or Share to Cloud. You could, the entire layout, you could give it a name. You call it whatever you want, Magnus's layout, and then save it. Did that make sense, or did I go too quickly? Just just let me know if that worked, Magnus, okay? Because I know sometimes it might be difficult to follow what I'm doing, so I can always repeat. Because for, there could be other people that are interested too. They just haven't voiced it. Man, it feels great that this is my first. Well, I did take the Corsair trade, once the room was closed yesterday, but it feels good to finally take a trade. Okay, so what is happening? So you're in the toolbar. When you say you save, so it's on your screen right now? My layout is on your screen right now? Okay. So when you go to the toolbar and you click on File, Save or Share to Cloud, okay, let's see. Well, Magnus says that it worked because he saw it on his screen. So I'll run through it again, okay? But I just want to get Magnus. So again, when you click on File and then Save or Share to Cloud, do you not get this box? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Magnus. Because you're saying you can't save it. Because at this point, all you do is just click on entire layout and then give it a name, call it Magnus, and then save it. So when you say save is not coming up, maybe it's because you haven't given it a name yet. So when you click on entire, so you do get this box though. Okay. Can you click on entire layout? And when you click on entire layout, it probably says layout in that box. Okay, and now are you saying that if you click on say, I mean, I would always give it another name, call it Magnus or whatever. So are you saying that when you click on save, what is it, grayed out or something? When you say you can't save it, how do you know you can't save it? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so are we good? Yeah, I mean, if you save it, then if you click on File, Load from Cloud, and quickly you can go to, all, you see there's a drop down there, it says all file types. You can go to Layouts, and it should be right up there, whatever you named it. If you haven't saved very many, you'll see it immediately. So you'll know it has been saved. Okay, so I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm going to call you Eol. Eol S. So when you say it doesn't work for you, what does that mean exactly? Hello, Sean. Okay. Okay, Stockpicks. I will. Are you going to be around? It doesn't load, doesn't work. Well, that's interesting because Magnus and EL just says that the link worked. So I just want to make sure. So Magnus, you were able, and EL, you were able to take my link, the test drive link. Really, not able. How is that possible? And yet Magnus and EL were able to do it. Well, let me just see if I can. So what's going to happen if I load that later? It'll overlay. I'm just talking to myself. And it's unpinned. Okay, I'm just talking to myself. Okay. Okay, Stockpicks, I will try to help you. I'm not a big back tester, okay? But if you're going to be around in the next 45 minutes, Michael Noss will be there in that YouTube feed. He does a lot of back testing, okay? And I don't know if there's such a thing as best practices, you know, with the back testing. I mean, back testing is trial and error. Okay, well, yeah, Michael will probably be able to help you better than I do. I haven't back tested in years. Okay, let me do it then. I think I can do it without destroying my layout. And I'll just satisfy myself. So there it is. I'm copying it. File, load from cloud. Okay, you are right. I wonder how Magnus was able to do it. Maybe Magnus destroyed the link. I'm just kidding. All right, let me... Well, that is very strange. Let me just see something here, okay? Because I know it was working before, because otherwise people would have been telling me all week that it wasn't working. So, okay. All right, I will, just a second. Goes all unpinned. All right, so I'm going to try it again because I just copied the link and it worked. So let me just try it one more time, okay? It's possible there was some... Yeah, it's working. So I don't know. It must have been just a blip at that time. I have no explanation for that because I just did it again and you can see it is loading it. So try it again. I'll put the link in again. Maybe there was 1,000 people. Trying to load it at the same time. Sorry about that. I have no idea why that, but it should work now. Crow 384. Okay, yeah, it appears to be working. Yeah. So, all right, JT Raj. Can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do? You know what? Before I answer you, Jeff had a question in the YouTube feed, okay? I had my layout up and I clicked on your layout. How do I get back to my layout and close your layout without losing my layout? All right, so, okay, so I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed first, okay? So I'll get to you in just a second, JT. So Jeff, yeah, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So you have to save your layout to the cloud first, okay, before you click on my layout or anything from the channel bar. You know, anything from the channel bar is a layout also. So, you know, and my layout is a layout. I mean, the link that I gave is a layout, of course. So you have to save your layout to the cloud. Then if you want to bring your layout back, you know, you just file, load from cloud, and you can find it. Now there is a way, you know, you can actually put your layout, you know, in the channel bar, you know, up here if you're interested. But the first thing though is you have to save your layout to the cloud. Because again, so did that make sense, Jeff? You have to save you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Now, as I said before, I do not, I only use one layout all day long. I don't flip back and forth between different layouts. What you can do, for instance, if you load my layout and there were a couple of windows that you liked, you know, maybe you want the basic new highs, you could save the individual window to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So Jeff, the only way you can see mine over yours is you must have pinned your layout. You must have pinned, because what should have happened if you Ay, Martin. Well, at least now you know. At least now you know. Yeah, you've got to save your layout to the cloud. You know, you have to save your layout. The question was, lesson learned, yeah. And saving to the cloud is the way to go also, because I mean, you can save to your computer, you know, I mean, there's file, save layout. I mean, I do it also. I save it to my computer by saving layout. That goes to my computer. But I also save everything to the cloud, because if something happened to my computer, you know, then I've got, it blows up. I have to get a new one, you know, corruption, whatever. Well, okay, get a new computer, download Trade Ideas, and then I load everything back from the cloud. Otherwise, I'll lose everything. Okay. If yours is pinned, Jeff, then that's why. Yeah, I mean, I don't talk about pinning at all, because it can really lead to problems with people who don't quite understand how to use it. Okay, so that's why I don't talk about pinning, and I'm not going to. You guys can. You can harass me all you want. I'm not going to talk about pinning. Okay, JT, for you. Yeah, the web-based version. So Martin, okay, JT, this is sort of a similar question. Can we move windows around with the web version? let me, I'm going to answer a question the question was, how do I move windows, especially if you have several monitors? So I've got 3 monitors. I've got 3 32-inch monitors. So, as an example, I've got my spider sector list on one monitor, okay? That's always up and running. So this is what you do. JT. Put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you're going to designate as your main monitor. Put all your Trade Ideas windows on your main. This is obviously my main monitor. This is the one I share for you guys, but it's, even if I wasn't sharing, this would be what I'd be staring at most. So this is what I'm going to designate as my main monitor. Put all my windows exactly where I want them. I put my other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors exactly where I want them. Once I've done that, and click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So from the toolbar, Tools, Options, Layouts. You see where it says Loading Layouts, Open relative to main window. If you check that, and then save it, and then when you exit Trade Ideas, the next time you load Trade Ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them. So it's not quite, like a container where you can move them all, but I think this is, I think that, that is really what you're after. So you don't have to every morning have to rearrange your windows every single day. So does that make sense? Okay, great. So the ATR, if you're talking about the percent, are you talking percent or the dollar value? Percent? Okay, so 200%. Okay, so 200% just means that if a stock normally, if its ATR is normally $1, okay, and you put 200%, 200 in the min, that means it's going to have an ATR today. Not an ATR. It will have to have had a range of at least $2 today. So if it's average to range, well, if you put it in the min box, yes. I mean, if you put it in the max box, then you're limiting it to only 200%. Does that make sense? That's why we have a min and a max box. Well, every filter has a min and a max. Every single filter. See, every filter has a min and a max. So that's what I'm saying. You put 200 in the min in that ATR filter, it's going to, for that stock, then it has to be double what its normal ATR would be. So Martin, with the web-based version, it's a little bit, it's limited in that. If you have multiple monitors, it's not great. Okay, so if are you using the web-based version because you have a Mac? And you cannot limit the Holly AI to your own symbol list stock picks. Yeah, so I'm going to give you, I don't know if you're willing to use an emulator, so that you can download a PC-based program to your Mac. This is this is for all Mac users. If you're willing, there's 3 ways you can use our program if you have a Mac. I mean, the one way is, yes, you can use the web-based version. The web-based version does not have this Brokerage Plus, so you cannot practice trading. You cannot use our simulator. Okay, you're limited to 5 charts. If you have multiple monitors, you can't just take a window and move it over. Okay, so Martin, you can only have one version open at a time. Okay, so what it's doing is it's saying, yeah, you can't have the web-based version and the PC-based version open at the same time. Okay, so for the Mac users, I did put this in. It was a podcast that was done a while ago. How you can use program. Yes, you can use it if you use our browser-based version, or if you're willing to use an emulator like Parallels, or you can use a cloud-based service like Amazon Web Services, AWS, something like that. Those are the 3 ways you can do it. And CyberK is saying parallel works best for me! Exclamation mark. There you go. Keep the PC version, absolutely. If you got a PC, absolutely. Now, if you've got a tablet and you want to, you're sort of in a bit of a mobile mode, then okay, you can use our web-based version. But I mean, if you're able to sit and trade, I mean, absolutely use the PC-based version. Now, I haven't talked about Brokerage Plus at all yet. We talked about the AI. This is what I do to follow the AI all day long. This is the Brokerage Plus window. All right. Now, if you don't have the option up here where it says Brokerage Plus Live and Sim, it means you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas, and you should have the latest version. And let me just pop that in. Are you talking? So here's another individual having a problem trying to load. Are you talking about my layout, Prakash? Prakash, sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Are you talking about my layout? So I'm just waiting for an answer. Well, yeah. So I mean, if you want to have the average true range, there is a separate one because what that one is all about is saying, okay, for instance, if a stock only had a 2 cent average range and you put 200%, you use that other one, the percent one. Okay, big deal. So a stock now has to go 4%. The ATR in dollar value is saying, okay, but I do want to see stocks that normally move at least 50 cents a day or $1 a day. Okay, so you can use it in tandem. Say, okay, fine. I do want to see stocks that are, say, double the average range, but I want that average range to be at least 50 cents, $1. You can kind of use it in tandem. See right up here? See in my single stock window? So the normal range, the normal range for home over the last 10 days has been $1.75. Today it's only 47% of that. So it's not trading, it's trading half of its normal range. As an example. So yeah, so Carlos, I mean, somebody asked, can I find can trade ideas help me find a stock before it breaks out? No. I mean, we can't possibly know ahead of time when a stock is going to break out. I mean, what we're doing is in the pre-market, we're looking for active stocks, of course, stocks that could be in play all day long. So, sometimes they'll rest. So you know that a stock is at least active, and if it starts to rest, maybe put it on a thumbnail or put a price alert. And if it takes out that price, it might be starting to move again. Things like that. Exactly. If you don't have the funds, it'll just ignore it. But no, Trade Ideas is not going to say, here are the stocks that are going to break out, later on today. It's not going to be able to tell you that. I wish if you find a program that'll do that for me, fine. But so this is the Brokerage Plus window, okay? So let me keep. So if you don't have that, that's right. I was going to put in my homepage link. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link. Actually, let me go over this first too. Some of you might just want to take out a subscription right now. You can't wait. So there is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So just to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs, get Trade Ideas. Now, if you want to wait, we're going to have a better promo by the end of the month. But, you want to get it right now, this is what you will do. So there's the premium service on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, there are some other differences, but the big difference is the AI. Okay, that's the usual reason why people want to take our premium service. I mean, you can back test. If you're into back testing, then yes, that's another reason to take our premium service. But the main reason that people take our premium service is for the AI. You do not have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want to do. $118 a month or $228 a month, less the 15%. Now that discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide at any point you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, we'll honor that 15% promo code. Okay, so that kind of covers how much Trade Ideas costs. Also from my homepage, Trade of the Week, you can sign up for it right there. It's delivered to your inbox about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's Trade of the Week is HOG, H-O-G, and it triggered. I think it was $32.95, so it's still an active trade. I will do a video today. I haven't done videos the last few days because I couldn't take any trades, but I am able to take a trade today, so I can do a video. Here are all my scans that I'm sharing. Again, right here, all my scans. And education. So I'm going to put this other link in, but education, if you click on the education, this I think is a really important one. The 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can do it a lot more quickly. If you click on the take the lessons, this gets you started. What is the channel bar? What is a top list? What is an alert window? Building them. All the basic features and functions of Trade Ideas right here. And if you're not a subscriber, you can also click on it so you can see what we can do. These are all the basic things that we can do. So the 20 lessons in 20 days, again, that's just marketing. You can easily do it more quickly. And I also want to put that 20 short lessons as a separate link because I do think it's very important if you're brand new. Either if you're taking the test drive or you are, you've got a subscription, and you're new. Okay, now I was going to go over this. If you don't have this option in your toolbar, the Brokerage Plus option right here, then you should download a later version. Again, click on my homepage link. And where it says download software, click on download software. And this is the latest version, 4.2.182 that's available. Okay, Prakash, I want to see if that link is working. And if you're not sure what version you've got, if you click on the toolbar, click on Help and About, and it'll tell you the version you've got, okay? Now I do want to go over, I just want to check my link again to make sure it's still working again. Somebody said in the YouTube feed it wasn't working, so all right, I'm going to try it again. Okay, there's the link. Copy the link. File load from cloud. No, it's working. So I don't know. Try it again then, okay? Because it is working. You know, you can see it just loaded my layout. So try it again. Just a minute. Let me put it in again. There, okay. Try it again. Okay, now I can get to Brokerage Plus. So there's two ways to use Brokerage Plus. Now I want to make sure everybody completely understands this. Trade Ideas is a scanner. You can use any brokerage platform you want with Trade Ideas. You don't have to have an Interactive Brokers account. You don't have to use this Brokerage Plus window to use Trade Ideas, okay? It's a scanner, first and foremost. We do have an option that if you wanted to trade right now your Interactive Brokers account using this window, you can do it. But it's not mandatory, it's not necessary. You don't have a broker, so, because a lot of people think, oh man, I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, I'm using something else, that means I can't use Trade Ideas. No, of course you can. So, but if you do happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, and you wanted to use Trade Ideas, you wanted to use this Brokerage Plus, I've just put in the Brokerage Plus intro. Okay, it's a video showing you how you can use Brokerage Plus in your Interactive Brokers account to trade your account. It also goes into the simulation, but you know, this is mainly for people who are looking to trade their Interactive Brokers account using the Brokerage Plus window. It's a great video. And the person who created the video, who's our expert on all this, will actually be in the YouTube room. I'm going to put the link in about 20 minutes. So you can hammer him with questions if you want, okay? For a lot of you though, you are going to want to practice trading before you commit money to the market. And that's when you will click on the simulator, that little sim, click on that, and the window will pop up. And now you can practice trading. Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. And it's very simple. When you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it, you click on buy. And if you're shorting it, you click on sell. All right, so let's take a trade. I'm going to take this trade right now, okay? Let's take a couple hundred shares. The spread is, well, it's halted. Is it halted? It's halted, so I can't take that trade. IMRN is halted. So let's do another one. Let's take home. I'm going to take the home trade. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. What's the spread? A couple of pennies, so that's okay. So I'm going to buy it at the market. It should take me at 1386. So it just took the trade, 1386, using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. Yeah, the only difference is these two windows down here probably per cash, okay? But I'm just got it loaded. It's just a template, of course, so you can choose to save it, save individual windows, create your own layout using some of my windows. Now, for every trade you get into, you have to have a stop. Unfortunately, the cruelty of it all is that not every trade is going to work. So you have to have an out. So I'm going to put, and this is determined ahead of time because that'll also determine how many shares you're going to take. So, if I had looked at this, I would have said, okay, this looks like, a support area. If it broke down through 1365, I should be out of the trade. So I'm going to add the stop, 13.65, and you're going to see, it's going to show up right on the chart. See right there? See that red line? So if it goes down to 1365, it'll take me out for a $42 loss. Now I can put a target if I want. Let's just put a target. I'm going to make one up, 1420. I don't pay too much attention to targets, but it's nice to see it on the screen, I guess. And it's hard because there's a lot of overlap here, but you can just kind of see it right there, $67.92. There's the line right there. Now, I can move this line up and down. And I can use this like a trailing stop. A lot of people like to have trailing stops. Well, if the trade starts working well, I can start moving this line up to other areas of support. So that if it broke, a higher level of support, I should be out of the trade. And that's going to be determined. You should be, it takes a little bit of chart reading experience to determine where another level of support might be. But you can use this like a trailing stop. So if this really starts to work, you can, of course, start putting this in a positive position. Let's say this trade went up to 1450. You could move this up to 1420 or something, and getting in at the trade at 1385, moving the stop to 1420. If you got stopped out, you'd still be in there for a gain. Okay, so you can use this like a trailing stop. You can also, if it started to approach, say 1420, no reason to get out. You could move this line up and down. Okay, I'm going to move it way up here to 1544. So this is very flexible. You can, right on the chart, you can move these lines, or you can just do this. So right here, these are some hotkeys that we've got. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets you out of half. Doubles your position. Or you can go right here. If I want to trade 50 shares out, I just go type in 50, pick the price I want to get out at, and sell it. Okay, so I think it's very, very simple to use. You can also use this like you want to practice swing trading. So if I do not close this position out at the end of the day, it'll carry forward tomorrow and for as long as I want. So I can practice swing trading also here. Yeah, it might look a little bit different, okay? I just added these two here. I wouldn't worry about it too much per cash, okay? Might look a little bit different, but it's essentially the same layout. Okay, so why does it go? Well, that's a default. You probably, let me explain what surfing is in the first place. So the default is usually paused, okay? If I turn it on, if I say I'm currently surfing, what happens is, let's see if I get here, where is it at now? Spider sector list. Okay, it should go to the SPY next. Okay, see how it went to the SPY? So that orange, and it loaded the SPY in this chart. So what it does is it goes to all of your top list windows and it cycles through them all. It takes the top three as you have them sorted in your top list windows. It'll cycle through them all. It'll keep cycling and cycling and cycling until either A, you pause. You can pause it by going to a chart. See how, the minute I go to it, see it says it's surfing. When I go to a chart, it's paused. And the reason you do that, of course, is that you might want to take a look at a chart longer, and you maybe want to trade it. If you click on a symbol, it'll stop the surfing. And of course, this is a toggle on and off, so you could go up there and stop it. So why surf? Well, sometimes it's nice to just kind of kick back and let the system load charts for you. And all of a sudden, it might, if it loads a chart that you think, wow, okay, I want to take a look at that a little more closely, then that's what you can do. Okay, so that is a reason why people use the surfing. Kind of the lazy man's way to trading to a certain extent. Just let the system load charts for you. Well, okay, so if you want to, you can't, the minute you click on an alert, it's going to stop. So the only way you can keep surfing then is if you have a bunch of top list windows open and you don't do anything. But the minute you click on an alert, it's going to stop surfing. You just have to go back up here and start it again. Most people do not want to keep surfing all day long. Okay? Make sense? Most people want to click on an alert and check it out. So, I'm not saying there aren't nobody out there that if you have a bunch of top list windows, you just want to sit back and let the system load charts for you all day long, I guess. So Mason asked a question, where was that earnings plays up that I just popped into the room? And here it is. When you say you don't see my trade screen, what do you mean by that? What exactly do you mean by that? You're not going to see, I'm not displaying, I'm not showing you my trading account if that's what you're talking about. Sorry. Okay, so the question was, where is that earnings? So Mason, if you click on my homepage, link, you'll see click below to view the list of links for various scans. Just click here. Just click here as it says, and then here it is, where the earnings plays. Earnings up, earnings down, okay? So there they are. You just click on the link and it'll load into a browser tab, copy. You know how to get the links. It'll just load into a browser tab, copy the link. Okay, so all my scans are in here. Guys, I want to put in the YouTube link also, because for a lot of you who are interested in trading using Brokerage Plus and your IB account, Interactive Brokers account, now's the opportunity. Wednesdays is when Michael Noss is in the is in the YouTube feed, and he'll take over between 12 and 1. So you can go there. All right. So let me. So how accurate? So when you say how accurate, what exactly do you mean by that? I mean, there's the entry, and there. Are you asking me? Do they all work? Of course not. Okay. Um, yesterday we had a few that worked very well. I mean, but do they all work? Of course not. And if you're asking about the actual strategies, the description of. Meanwhile, EQ is alive and kicking. Look at this. Look at EQ moving, guys. If you go to the home page, click on the home page link that I just put in there. And if you're interested to know what a description of the strategies are, click on the questions and answers and just ask, hey, can I have the PDF? I think it's a PDF, and it kind of outlines what what those strategies are looking for. Personally, I mean, I just don't care. All I care about, I'm just focused on what alerts we're getting. I really, that's just me though. I understand some people want to know, well, what is that strategy looking for? That's fine. I just personally don't care. All right. All right, so John, if you exit the program like this, file, so if you've got the layout that you want to see every single day. Now, always save it to the cloud. Yes, always save it to the cloud. But when it says file exit and then save layout, if you say yes, and then when you load trade ideas again the next day, your layout that you last used will appear. Okay. What did I do? Oh my gosh, did I just see what I did? I went exit yes. But you see what happened? I said exit yes, and then I loaded trade ideas, and my layout comes back. So, I mean, it's not a big deal. The only deal now is that I'm going to miss, I'm not going to see all the original ones in my watch list up and down. I mean, I could do a history, but it's just not... But you see what I did. by saying save and then exit, it just brings back my layout when I reload it. Yes, Mason. So you're talking about somebody asked about the RBI and GBI. Yes, it'll be continuous every time it makes a new high. Yes. Okay, KJ. I know you're going to yell at me, but if you watch this video, it'll explain all of that. How to link trade ideas to your Interactive Brokers account. But you're saying you don't use, you're not using Brokers Plus. Well, yeah, you can easily, and that video will explain everything. So Chris, I believe if the link will remain if you close down your brokerage platform first and then trade ideas, and then the following day you load trade ideas and then your brokerage platform. I think then the link remains. All right, guys, so Michael is going to be there very soon. And let me just, I'm going to put my announcement in. What time is it now? It's 11:55. So just going to put the announcement in because I'll be taking a break. There you are. So I'm going to put it in now. I'm not going to leave until Michael's in the YouTube room, but YouTube feed. Why is it defaulting to that? Just a second. Okay, so back around 12:30. There he is. Okay, Michael is streaming. Okay, great. I will now stop my stream, Michael. Thank you very much. So, guys, again, if you want to pick Michael's brains about IB and Brokerage Plus, go to the YouTube feed. I'll put the link in one more time. He's there. I think he doesn't start officially until noon, but you can always just head over there while I take a break. Okay. Yeah, so let me quickly answer your question before I go, Jay Chicago. So if you have a real-time alert, when you get the real-time alert, it's going to show you a profit target and a stop, okay? It's got nothing to do with the AI, zero to do with the AI. So when you get a real-time alert and you click on it, you will see, there's a smart stop right there for EQ. If you took this trade at 475, I'm sorry, up here. Well, what happened here? Well, see, unfortunately, because I reloaded, so it's not showing. It's not showing me what I want to see. I need a new alert. Okay, so KDMN, clicked on that. It's from my another screen. So if I took this trade at 365, they're suggesting a smart stop right down here at 353. Okay, that's all it's doing. So it's got nothing to do with the AI. All right, guys, I am going to take my break right now, so I'll be back at about 12:30.
Okay, guys, so let's test, see if you can hear me. I'm going to test here as well. All right, that seemed to work great. Okay, so then if I do this, you should be able to see my screen now. Oh, I may be back. Everyone let me know if you can hear me. Yay, we're back. Okay, great. So I apologize for that. It just looks like Barry just didn't get to click stop streaming. So it was both of us were streaming, and I guess he gets priority. So apologize for that. Maybe we'll push it a couple minutes late if there are that many questions. So again, thanks everyone for coming by. If you're new here, what we do is give Barry a little break, get something to eat, and we get back to action. So yeah, Barry was very tired. I don't blame him. I bet you he's got a busy time in the trading room right now. So this hour is devoted to you guys and any questions you may have. So I'll start by introducing myself, because I see we've got some kind of... The stream looks like it's growing a bit, which is great. And to help us do that, please, share everything around, right? If you like this, you like us doing content on YouTube, we are planning on doing more webinars and swing trading content and all this kind of stuff, really, pumping up the YouTube channel. So again, if that's something you guys are interested in, the best way to tell us is to hit the like button that's there and share us around, and subscribe and hit the notification bell that's there, and that will tell you can actually, I think, specifies that you only hit notify when we go live, so you can see that, because the game plan is to try to come up with content for you guys from open till after the close. So feel free to ask away, and we'll go from there. So again, my name is Michael. I'm Bonpara on Twitter and YouTube, where I do my own kind of content around trading and all of that. And I've been consulting with Trade Ideas for a number of years now, and have been using Trade Ideas for, math, 14? Yeah, around 14 years. So focus on, and I build a lot of the new, all the AI stuff is kind of mainly where you'll see me focus a lot of my time and energy. So first question is, can you have a limit on AI to trade their own lists? You cannot, but you can have your own list traded by your own strategy, and you can have your own symbol list be entered for you. That's actually one of the ways that I trade most often now, is I build symbol lists at night of things that I want to be traded the next day, and I just fire them into the system to get traded for me. So you can't do it with the AI, but you can do it with your own stuff. Hey Omar, how's it going? I know this isn't currently an option, but is there any sort of plan to allow for partial profit taking? So you can do partial profits manually, which I'm sure you know, just by hitting the 1/2 button. It's certainly something that we're looking at, where you'll be able to go and set multiple profit targets. It's all of this kind of stuff we're definitely looking to improve. The focus now is getting TD Ameritrade and E-Trade online and good to go, and we're actually moving at a decent clip with that. Again, I'm not going to give an ETA just because, right, it's, building technology is like, renovating your kitchen, right? Sometimes you think things are going smoothly, and then you move that one cabinet, or you pull out the fridge or something, and you see that there's, water damage or whatever, right? It's the same kind of thing where, we can say everything's going great and we plan to have it out in a short period of time, and then it's very easy for it to go, hey, stop orders don't work, or multiple accounts don't work, or, something unforeseeable doesn't work, and it takes us longer to debug that. So TD is close and being tested. E-Trade's about to be tested. And once we get a couple of those things sorted, we're definitely going to put some improvements in. So I agree with you, Chris, where I like the same thing where I take half of my position at 1 hour and I move my stop to break even. So I reluctantly follow you on YouTube. One of the best decisions I've learned to swing trade better. Thanks. Oh, I'm glad. I try to keep the YouTube just 100% instructional and not very, braggy. So I'm glad that you're getting some help with my teaching on swing trading. Do I have a video on backtesting gotchas with trade ideas? I don't know what a gotcha is, but I do have lots of videos on my channel. Let me grab it on backtesting and everything you can do with there in the system. And then also I talk a lot about what you were talking about before, about a symbol list trading. Again, I would say 90+% of my trading now is scanning at night and developing symbol lists for the next day and then letting the system trade those symbol lists. That's quickly become most of my trading. What options other than depositing money at IB do you need to trade all stocks and trade ideas? Well, all you need is your Interactive Brokers account and a premium membership, which I can link here to you. And then as soon as you have those two things, a premium membership and an Interactive Brokers account, you can very easily go through and just start trading. That's all you need. So here. So another question, will TI work with Questrade in the future? I'm with another you. You can link Questrade so that when you see how I click on a symbol, it updates the chart. You can link them so that it would update this, it would update the chart and do that within TI. You can do that with Questrade, but for auto trading, our plan is to expand to as many brokers as we can. But to be honest, we were generally just going down the list of size, right? So Questrade being a Canadian broker isn't as big as a lot of the US counterparts. So I wouldn't bet on Questrade in the near future. I would probably say at some point. But for linking so that you can click on a symbol and have it, populate your chart and your order entry and everything, you can do that as it stands right now. Mark, with us, you don't need live data. With Interactive Brokers, you will need live data. And part of your sign-up process, they'll actually ask you about that. We're trying to work with IB to remove that for our clients so that they can just trade without having to. We've noticed that I did a study, and 90% of all issues with Brokerage Plus stem from the fact that the client doesn't have data. So we're working hard to fix that, but you will need a live data plan with them. And that's all covered in, let me get you the setup video for Brokerage Plus. Support and Brokerage Plus intro. Copy. So I'll do that. So check out this video. It goes through everything. Again, they would have prompted you for data when you set up an account, but if you're not purchased data with them, then you just go back and you just purchase data with them. So you can do it under your accounts page. Oh, so you have the data. So then you're good to go, right? You just need a premium version of Trade Ideas. All of our stuff comes with data, so you don't need any. The pricing pages on that I put there is, that's all inclusive pricing. So our stuff comes with data. Unfortunately, IB's stuff doesn't come with data. Mike, is there a dollar amount stop loss and hold time to set for an auto trade at the same time, whichever is hit first, or is only one considered. So if you set up, I think I got your question there. If you set up any trading strategy, it's an or thing, right? So let me go through and I'll set, this is a symbolist trading thing that I have on this demo account. It's the same as I have on my live account. So if I set up, for example, I wanted to risk 250 bucks, and then I want to put in a hold time of end of the day. It's, I think, again, I think it is this is your question, but it's a whatever happens first scenario, right? So, the stop loss will go out, the time stop goes out, all of that goes to Interactive Brokers the moment the trade is sent. We don't like to carry those orders ourselves, so we give them to IB and they carry them. But yeah, it's a whatever happens first type of scenario, right? We're either going to have a stop out or a time stop, or if you put a profit target in there, and as soon as one of them is hit, everything else will be canceled, right? So, well, for example, I bought SA. It's the only new swing trade for me today is SAVA. Let me get my pen here. Pen. There we go. Here we go. So yeah, I bought SAVA right here with a stop right here, and then a initial profit target right up here, and then I've got a time stop for I think 5 days. So the three options that could occur with this trade is, right, 5 days goes by like this, and then it will close out. It goes up to the profit target and it will close out, or it comes down to the stop and it'll close out. But either way, whichever of these scenarios happens first, it will just cancel the orders for the other one. So I am done basically looking at SAVA, and this is something that I'm trying with hard profit targets. Anyone that follows me knows that I usually don't use them, but it's something that I'm considering, trying to make my trading as hands-off as physically possible. You just said you can link your broker if the user does not have IB. How can you link? So this is what I talk about. So for example, if you like our scans but you want to use someone else's charts or targets or something, we have this trading view. We have this feature that's called external linking, in which you can click on a symbol and have it populate. Now you can't have it auto trade. That's only with Interactive Brokers, as I said, but you can have it. So essentially, geez, I don't know what's going on with TradingView, but this is taking forever. But anyway, just imagine that this is your broker's charts as opposed to ours. So you can click on it and it would fill in your broker's chart, but you can't trade through that. My setup for Brokerage Plus video is the best. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. That's the first, slow breakdown we've kind of done of these things. So it's something I want to continue. More instructional videos, right? There's a problem. When you enter a trade, can you have the stop price set when you enter the opening trade, or do you have to send the opening trade and then set a stop? No, they'll all be sent at the same time. So let's just pick something here at random because I'm on the sim here for you guys. And let's just buy. So we'll click on trade Apple and we're going to buy with the stop at yesterday's low. And we'll just click that button and you can see, let me get rid of my kind of confusing my lines, but you see there it just bought and it immediately put out the stop at yesterday's low, which is right here. Right, so you can do all of that completely automatically through, again, right now Interactive Brokers, but very soon also TD Ameritrade and E-Trade. But you can see it kind of happened fast, but you can see the buy that it put through here, And then this red line here is the stop loss order. And then right here, it's going to tell me how much I'll lose if my stop loss gets triggered. And then I can just kind of drag and move this from here, which is quite often what I do with swing trading, right? So again, Sava, right? I did the same kind of thing. So let's trade Sava and we buy using stop, right? You can see that it put out this, right? I'm in from, let me look up, 1027. So somewhere in this area. And you see it puts out the stop loss right away. So generally what I do with my trading is I'll just start moving this up on, a 30-minute chart or a 60-minute chart or something like that, just to make sure that I'm, capturing gains as it goes, right? I think my current stop, I actually have it already in profit under these two little indecision candles right here. But that was all sent, the moment I clicked the button. I couldn't get TradingView to load, but all you have to do is go open up whatever broker you have and then go Tools, External Linking, and it will open up this external linking box. And then you'll add a link and it gives you the instructions right here. It says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold the shift key to select the window. Right, so if you had external charts, again, I like all of our stuff, but you can go and link that as well. And again, that's mostly for people who, for example, use our scans, but they want to use their broker's charts or their broker's level 2 or something. We can link to most of those things. And if you have any problems with that, you can email into support, and they've got some documents they can send you for each. It's different for each individual broker, but let me see if I can, I'll just open this up and have TradingView load, because for some reason it's taking forever. This is a virtual machine that I spin up just to, just so I'm not showing my own stuff when I'm streaming kind of thing. So it's all, it's much slower than what a real computer would be, because it's virtualized, right? Yeah, I'm not going to spend. But anyway, just use the tools, external linking, and then follow the directions from there. I'm going to close that. That keeps grinding my computer to a halt, or the virtual machine to a halt. So, is there any plan on opening a user API in the future? Not currently. We're planning on making our API for brokers more robust first, just to make sure that they can program so you can, the brokers can program to us, and we're hoping that this will allow us to trade through them much quicker, or build the trading links, I guess, with them much quicker would be the way to put it. So that's going to be step one, and then maybe a user facing API or whatever down the way. Mike, how do I delete all positions, even closed in Brokerage Plus? Well, you can't delete a position, right? If you're long, you can sell it. If you're short, you can buy it. You can highlight all of the positions and you can hit the flatten button. Well, again, we're just on the sim, so why don't we do that? Let's flatten this guy, right? So I'll just highlight on him and I'll just click flatten, and then it goes away. And then if I don't want to see closed positions anymore, I can use our filter bar up here to filter out. I can say hide 0 positions, and you can see they're all gone there. However, you can't delete these. These are positions that you entered, so you just need to go and then exit them. And then when there's 0 positions, right? So if I let's exit Apple, we're up $3 on that trade that I showed you. And then we exit it, we can see that it's still there, but if I just click again to hide 0 positions, then it's gone. Roxanne, I'm randomly clicking on charts and I initiated a trade using the right click. So be careful. Let's hope you're doing that on the sim. until you learn the program. That's something I always suggest for everyone is, again, if you feel like you've got to buy it and buy trade ideas and go live right away before you learn it, that's a recipe for danger. But how do I clear this from the chart? So if you have an order pending that you want to get rid of, just go to the orders tab right here within Brokerage Plus, and you'll see all of your orders here. So you can filter this. So all statuses, let's take a look at just the live orders. So here's the live orders I have out. So Zynga, for example, say I want to cancel that. I'll just click cancel order and it will be gone. Actually, I'm on a demo version that's got some issues. But yeah, so Go right here, we've got 2 buy orders in Go. So if I just click cancel orders, now they're gone. So that's how you'll get rid of that. Now you can also get rid of them by, let's click, and so we're going to initiate, let's do it on something else, Google. So say I put out a buy order here on Google by accident, and I want to get rid of that. I'll just click on it. You can see a little box pops up here just to show it's selected, and I'll hit the delete key. Click, delete, and you say it says cancel this order, and you click OK. I am not connected to a broker, it's just on the chart. You have to be connected to maybe our SIM. You have to be connected to something, because you can't, right? If I disconnect from this, then I can't really put anything on a chart because there's no broker connected, right? So you see how these are grayed out? I can't click on them. So if these are highlighted, then that means you have to be connected to something on Brokerage Plus. And it may just be our SIM, which is fine. But you got to be onto something. Dumb question. No dumb questions, Mason. Don't worry about that. That's why we're here. We square off. Again, how many companies out there square off an hour every single day to devote it entirely just to answer questions from their clients? I think it's amazing. So again, the more questions you ask, the better it is for us, because everyone that comes here to do this is a trader and doing other things with trade ideas. So we love questions because it helps fill in the time. But yeah, you need your 25,000 if you're American. Sorry, it doesn't matter, what broker you use. It doesn't matter, if you're using a U.S. broker and you're a U.S. citizen, you just gotta. It's not a broker rule and it's not a software rule. It's a government rule, right? So you gotta put up with it. Sadly, appreciate that. No worries at all. But yeah, we can't get around that rule. Hopefully that rule kind of goes away at some point. I'm a Canadian. We don't have that rule. I think it's very, very silly that you guys do. But again, I know there's people fighting the good fight, going to, whatever your body is that makes laws and trying to get that one changed, because that is a silly one. But right now there's no way around it other than, offshore brokers and prop firms and things like that, which are complex and a bit worrisome. Mike, if I enable this strategy in the morning and shut down my PC, will the Brokerage Plus be disconnected? No, you need your PC currently, you need it on to initiate orders. So as soon as the order is initiated and sent, the stop loss, the time stop, all of these things go with it, and that's fine. But your computer needs to be on with an active internet connection in order to place trades, because it needs to be connected to our scanners and they need to scan for the setup and all of that. So that's one of the reasons why myself, and I have a video on it, if you're interested, I can send it to you, but I use cloud computing for all of my trading. Again, I'm a Mac nerd, right? What you guys are seeing right now, I can just put it in. It's just a Parallels VMware, right? So, right, I'm on a Mac right now. So what I do is, even if I was a PC guy, I host my trading on Amazon Web Services. So you can just pay, it's like $35 a month, and you get a fully running Windows 10 PC in the cloud. And the reason I like that is because it's always just up there running. If I close the lid of my laptop and I go to outside or drive down to a coffee shop, and then I want to open up my laptop and get back to work. It's all up there, right? It's all up there, and it's all being run and everything without me looking at it, as well as I can connect to it from my phone or from my iPad or whatever. So one little trick for people who are mobile and for people who are Mac people is to take a look at a cloud computing solution. It adds $35 a month in a cost, but it's a tax write-off, and it's really not that big of a deal. I'm coming to Canada. I'll get out of California. Do it. We love people coming to our country here. Wait till you guys get your COVID stuff sorted, and away you go. I wasn't planning on trading. I'm grounded due to funds being tied up, so I'm messing around. Great. Well, that's the beauty of the fact that we have the sim, right, Roxana? Like I love that they built this. It took a while and it was a bit of a pain, but I love that they have this because it gives people an outlet to learn the software. It's like, just go and hit buttons, right? Let me double this position. It's a sim. Who cares, right? I'm just going to move my stop up here. I still, even though I've been trading and I've been trading okay for 10 plus years now, almost 15 years, I still use the sim. If I have a new strategy or a new idea that I want to test, I test it in the back tester and then I move it over to the sim and I test it live because there's just massive advantages to learning how things kind of work in that live environment. So go ahead. I always encourage people, go ahead and pound away on the sim, come up with new ideas, try something crazy. Try a crazy new trading idea, something you'd never risk your money on, and see what happens. And again, it's the best way to learn the software because the interface here is the exact same whether you're connected to, and this answers the question, we cannot connect to Lightspeed for trading, but we can for just linking to the charts. But when we have a Lightspeed connection, it'll be the same interface whether you're trading at IB or TD or E-Trade or Lightspeed or whatever it is. So, take your time and get used to your interface when it's not going to cost you anything. Hi, do we do these every day? Came in a little late, so I'm looking to watch again. Yes, every day there will be on this channel the live stream that starts with Barry, and that goes all day except for this hour break that we give him, and we do Q&A. So what I would always suggest if you're brand new, let me get a video for you, is we have this course that we call Trade Ideas University. It's just on YouTube. It's free, and you can watch it at your own pace. That has 5 videos in it. So it starts with 101 and 201 and 301 and 401, and it kind of progresses just like a university class where 101 is going to be your very basics. It's going to be here's the different types of scanning, here's how you open everything, how you get your layout set up, how you save everything. And then from there it goes where 401 is like back testing and auto trading and all of these things. So that's step one, I believe, right? Go through and get that sorted out as step one. And then from step two is come here, and we've got these Q&A sessions. So if, as you're watching your intro series, take notes, say, I don't understand this, I don't get this, I don't do whatever, and then away we go and go and come here and ask, and someone will answer you. But yeah, every day between noon and 1, 5 days a week, there will be somebody here to answer all of your questions. And again, it's I think it's great that we do that. Do you say you connect to TDA? Not yet, but we're working on it, and we're getting pretty close. I can't give an ETA because we don't know if there's anything that's going to break down the line, but so far things are looking promising for auto trading with TDA. I'm getting that cloud computing link right now, and am am I able to connect to Lightspeed for trade execution? No, Tango. Interactive brokers only at this time. Trade or TDA and E-Trade coming in the near future, but only interactive brokers right now. And for the other Canadian using Quest Trade, I would take a look at interactive brokers as well. I looked at the two of them. Interactive brokers is cheaper fees, and for me it's a better experience, and then you can trade from the chart. So here's the video I have. I need to remake this. I just looked at it. I did this February 2018, but here's the video I did on using cloud computing for my trading. I show you, how you can set up an AWS kind of environment, and then that's how I trade. That's how I trade. Is I put it all in this environment. Jeez, yeah, I was just watching some of that old video of me. 2 years doesn't seem like a lot, but I was talking about how I was live streaming on Ticker TV and all this. That was a long time. I'll get on that Trade University today. Oh, no problem. And again, take your time. We understand it's a complex program, and it's one of those programs in which it can do way more than you probably need it to, right? Which means nothing other than you need to find out what works for you and then kind of go from there, kind of thing, right? All right, guys, so we still have a lot of time, and I can go over a little bit because there's a little bit of issues getting you there if there is more questions. I'm kind of going through and looking at the markets right now, and there's not really a crap ton going on, to be honest, which, I think this bar right here scared a lot of people. You can see we pulled, I had this kind of downtrend channel here that I had marked up. I do these weekend wrap-up videos. If people don't know about me, I have my YouTube channel link there. And this is kind of exactly what we talked about in the last week's video, how we had this right here, this trend line acting as resistance here, here, and here, and that we, when we closed here on Friday, I was like, I wouldn't be shocked if we did something like this, but it turns out we just gapped up huge on Monday, and I know this scared my Twitter feed again was lit up with, oh, it's the end, it suckered everyone in. And the way I look at it is that it just wanted to test the back end of this resistance to see if it acted as support, and so far it did. So far this is very, very healthy price action, although it happened quickly. is, you always want to, if you're looking for chill price action, is to see a breakout and a retest and then continuation. And that's just what we got. And that's why, I bring up stocks like Sava and all this, because I'm starting to lean into some swing trading a little bit more. And Sava's already, today alone, has hit 1R. I asked over in the trading room, he suggested I come here. Why do some AI trades have targets and some do not? It just depends on the algorithm itself. That's whoever made the algorithm. So the ones that I do, I've built, which is basically now all of Neo is kind of my creation, and all of 2.0 as well. They all have profit targets in conservative mode and no profit targets in moderate mode. Nothing has a profit target in moderate mode, I should say. But again, it's up to the guy who created the initial algorithm whether or not he wanted to include a target or not for the system to then optimize on. So again, it's just really whoever built the baseline algorithm, whether he decided, yeah, this one should have a profit target, this one shouldn't. Going forward, the plan is to kind of build it out so that everything in conservative will have a profit target, everything in moderate will not have a profit target, but we just have to go through the list. So basically, Holly AI, the original one here, is kind of the one built a long time ago, kind of before my time here. And that has all of the original stuff pretty much untouched. And then Neo and 2.0 are, things that I've kind of built from the ground up. And then the game plan is to migrate these things, if they work, into kind of the Holy Grail from there. And currently, just so you guys know, if you're interested in this, Neo is by far the best performing over the last 2 years for trading. So you'll notice these have profit targets right here, but only for in conservative mode, not in moderate mode. Again, nothing has a profit target in moderate mode. Chris has a question about nothing's listed on distance to exit, but the exit that I think you're talking about in Brokerage Plus isn't your profit target. It's when you exit it. So if you sold half, it's going to tell you how far from that sale, that first sale, your position is. So you should probably just have, your profit target listed there. Oh, no problem, Griffin. It's anything. That's what we're here, is a full hour of just answering your questions. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's there's tons and tons of columns, right? Again, this one thing to note about trade ideas, for the people who have started on the test drive, is we have tons and tons in here and customizations and things we've been running for years and years and years. So it's important that you pull out exactly what you need. So you see, for my, like, what I look at here under my brokerage plus is very, very simple, because you want to make sure you're not overwhelming with information, right? I want to find out where my entry price was, what my P&L today was, what my open and close P&L is, and that's about all I care about, right? Because everything else, the target or the stop loss is just in, and the target, and I'm just going to trust that it is. And if I ever want to check, I can just click on the chart, and then I can see the stop loss and everything in there. So I'm very much a make it as simple as humanly possible kind of guy when it's trading. How do I find a stock that is the low of a few days and the action happened on today? So I don't know what the action means, but if you look at our position in 5-day range filter, that will get you things that are at the low of their last few days. Let me bring this up and I'll explain this to you. Position in 5-day range. So yeah, you can just use this filter and set the min to 0, and then the max, I don't know, to 20. So how this filter works, position and range, and not just 5-day range, how the position and all of the ranges work, is basically, so for position 5-day range, Trade Ideas will build a candle, and that candle will encompass all 5 days worth of trading. So think of the low here, we'll mark this at 0%, right? And then the high here, we'll mark this at 100%. And we have this for a 1-day candle, we have it for a year, we have it for 6 months, we have it for 20 days, we have it for 5 days, all kinds of things, but the concept remains the same, right? If this is the candle for the last 5 days, then here's going to be the high and here's going to be the low. So if you want something near the low of the last few days, you would just tell the system, well, I want something kind of in this area, and that would probably be between 0 and 10 or 20 or whatever you want, whatever it is you're looking for your particular style. And then you're saying you want a move to have happened, $2 or $3 move, then you would just use a change in filter, right? So depending on how long. So if you wanted it to happen today, you could say change from the close and make that a negative $3 move. But this position and range filter, I really want, everyone to soak this in for a second, because this is a hugely, hugely powerful filter that really helps a lot of information. All right, so I see Barry is streaming, so I'm gonna give another couple minutes for some more questions, see if anything comes in. If not, I'll switch back to him. Again, apologies for the little hiccup at the beginning there, but things happen. But yeah, this position range filter is very, very powerful. There's a whole lot you can do with it. So make sure you kind of soak it in, I guess is a good way to put it. All right, guys, I don't think there are any new questions, and that is perfectly fine. So thanks for having me. And again, we do this every single day. So there will be someone here tomorrow, and I will pop the room back over to Barry. Talk to you guys soon.
That are under 20. And, there were no others. So I just wait, a day comes by and they're not a lot. I just don't do anything with the AI. It's that simple. Okay, thank you, Michael. Sorry about that. Forgetting to stop the stream. Now, today I am going to do a video, guys. So at about 1:05, I'm going to be gone for about 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes max, because I'm going to resume doing my videos. EQ. Wow. This is really, and this is an earnings play. I'm not even sure. I'm looking at my, take a look at EQ. Where did it close yesterday? So, this is an earnings play. Look at this. I mean, I hope it may be hard to see. Let me try to zoom in a little bit. Well, so this is yesterday. This is the close of yesterday, okay, for EQ. This is after hours. This is when it released earnings. No real big reaction. This is the pre-market. Zero reaction. Then all of a sudden the market opens and look what happens. So this is one, I mean, this is why I didn't even have it on my radar. Because it had done nothing after hours or pre-market. I always find it very interesting when things like that happen, that there wasn't, for CyberK, I mean, there was no clue that this was going to happen. It was resting after hours this morning before the market opened. And then look at this. I mean, from 351 to 640. I mean, that's just huge. I mean, this doesn't happen that often, but it does happen from time to time. Now, there is a scan that maybe I'll even bring it back to see what it looks like. Let's see now. What is it called? Here we go. Well, I mean, just take a look at this one. I call it the small gap breakout shared. I don't think this is one of the ones that I shared. I mean, I know it says share, but I don't think it's one of the ones that is. So this is what this is looking for. Okay, so it's restricting the gap. In other words, most of the things that we look at, have had big pre-market moves. They've gapped a lot. This is restricting the gap. I'm using right now, so I'm using 1%. And I know it looks a little weird, but minus 1 and 1. So if you look at what it says, the open was no more than 1% above the previous close, and the open is no more than 1% below the previous close. So it's kind of restricting the gap within 1%. Okay? Well, no, but if you're looking for stocks going down, okay, I'm just saying this is restricting the gap. So it did not have a big gap, but it's now, because remember what the gap is. The gap is that first print of the day. But now it's at least, as we're speaking, it's at least 2% above the close or 2% below the close. Again, this is looking for both directions. Well, okay, then just change it. You can just change it. I'll give this to you. I'll give it anybody who wants it. And I restricted the current volume to 1. I didn't want, so because I don't want to have something that has a lot of volume, because maybe it is starting out. So you can try this and you can play around with it. There is no way. CyberK, I think you ask that every day. There is no pool of strategy. That's just a strategy that I had created a long time ago, and it's nowhere. I mean, I can give them to you, but there's no central repository. There isn't. There is not, other than, and I know other than the Trader's Vault. That's another area, but. Now there is this one, but it's so old, but you can take a look at it. Right click, configure, and you see where it says strategies. We have a lot of strategies here, bullish strategies that you can take a look at. bearish strategies are just the reverse. Okay. This was created many moons ago. All right, guys, it is now 1:03, so I am going to do my video. Get back into doing that. I just did. I just did share it. It's right. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. No, that is something that gets accessed. Yeah, that is something that is not. I'm not sharing this. This is from my channel. Okay, so I kind of forced you guys to go to my channel, so I don't share this in the same way. Yeah, so for Thinkorswim Prakash, I mean, you can, there is a way in which you can, this is what I would do to get the script in order to, let me just give you the home page. All you're talking about is linking. Yeah, so Angel, I'm going to be doing or Angel, I'm not sure how I'm going to pronounce your name, but I have to do my video right now, so I'll be back at about 1:25. Prakash, if you go to the home page and ask for the script, how to connect to Thinkorswim, all connecting meaning that you can click on the symbol and it's going to load into your Thinkorswim platform, okay? And then you trade from within the platform. And if you want to subscribe to my videos that I have now resumed, you just click on my homepage and right here, watch recap videos right there, okay? All right, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute and I'll see you at around 1:25. All right, guys, I'm now back. And let's see, let's get these here to see if I can get any, see if any more new alerts are coming through. All right, so Angel, that is something I'm just not good at in terms of double top patterns and doji, etc. Okay, so I don't know if you're talking about my YouTube videos because I don't think I never talk about stuff like that. What I would do is, I mean, if you're because I definitely don't use double tops and all, so I would send an email to trade-ideas.com. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, and one of the other traders may have that information. I don't. You know, double tops and dojis. I definitely do not have anything like that. So, but that doesn't mean one of the other traders does not. So I would put that. Just send an email and ask, and one of the traders might say, "Hey, here's the scan that I use." Okay. Okay. So Imran, can you hear me? You're asking a question. The question was, what EPS do I need to just get the alerts for stocks only, as I don't want to trade ETFs? So actually, that's something that I haven't gone over. One of the things that you can do, and it's a trick. So first of all, I want to make sure, Imran, can you hear me? And see my screen? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show, this is how, if you only want to see stocks, you know, you don't want to see any ETFs, you just want to see stocks. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and hopefully somebody will answer you in terms of that kind of with dojis and double tops and all that. Okay. I'm not a big swing trader, so that's why. Otherwise, I'd love to be able to help you. So this is a trick. You don't want to. You only want to see stocks. You do not want to see ETFs or anything that are not stocks. So right click, configure, summary. Now notice I've got here, I'm using the EPS. I am using the EPS filter. So this is just a little trick. If you put 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max, because all stocks, all stocks will have to release earnings every 3 months. So it's either going to be positive or negative. While ETFs do not. So that'll restrict, if you use this filter like this and you attach it to an alert window, then you'll only see stocks. I'm not sure if Imran heard me though, but for those of you who are would be interested in something like that, this is what I do virtually for every window. I add this EPS filter, put 0.001 and minus 0.001 in the min and the max. That will restrict it only to stocks. Okay, good. You saw that, Imran? Good. Yeah, so for me, I mean, 20, percent, you mean a high short flow percent? I think anything really over 15%. I mean, obviously the bigger, the better if a stock is in play. But I probably would consider 15% as being a pretty high short flow percent. Others may have another opinion, but I would think 15%. So Imran, you did hear my explanation, right? I just wanted to make sure you did hear my explanation on the EPS filter. So kind of a blah day for the AI today. Did I say blah? Blah day. All right. Well, as usual, the questions start drying up after about the third day of the test drive. So probably get more or less back to normal tomorrow. Did you say ACB actually broke out? Yeah, you're right. It did. Interesting. So I mean, their financing was what price? Financing was at 750, so it's approaching the financing price. ACB is approaching the financing price. I'm actually not sure. This is the last day for signups. I definitely not the 4,000 we had last time. We had 4,000 last time because that was in May, and that was kind of near the start of the pandemic, and so we had a lot of people sitting at home willing to spend $8.99. I haven't checked actually. It's still a nice big number though. I'm sure it'll be close to 2,000, which used to be the old record. Okay, I just think last time was an anomaly. Well, I don't think so. I know it was last time was an anomaly. It was actually almost, I'm glad we didn't. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, the more the merrier, I guess. They did a financing. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, they did a financing. It was 16.66 million shares at $7.50. That was the financing. Imran, you were right. Yes. Okay, I just put it in there. Yeah, you're right. 0.001 in the min and minus 0.001 in the max. And that'll do it. Yeah, that's just charts, J Chicago. I mean, you can have as many alert windows as you want open. Now, I would caution you. Too many open, you'll get nothing done. So when we talk about charts, yeah, we're just talking these charts here. These are not charts. These are windows. I always like to use the story though when I just as a customer like nobody like just like everybody else in this room who are customers of Trade Ideas. I started with the program in 2010 and I did not want to miss any trading setup. Nothing. I'm scouring on the internet. You should try this, you should try that. So I think at one point I probably had 40 windows open. And I didn't want to miss anything. Somebody would say, you should try this setup, you should try this setup, and that setup. So I had about 40 windows open, clicking on alerts all day long, getting nothing done. So it took me a long time, though, because, okay, which one am I going to get rid of? Well, I can't get rid of that one. That's too good. And, what if the greatest alert in the world happens on that one and I've closed it down? So you really have to eventually... this is why what you see on my screen is kind of almost it. I have a couple other scans, but really, this is it. And I've really simplified things. Yes, I know there are other scans out there that probably are doing great, but I had to make a personal decision and say, okay, I'm going to miss stuff. from other scans, but I'll drive myself crazy by just clicking on alerts all day long and not getting anything done. I have to have some focus. Yeah, and the problem sometimes being in a trading room is that you'll see somebody posting something and you say, well, man, that didn't show up in my scan and that looks so good. And you ask for, well, how'd you get that? So they give you the scan and then another one comes by and another one. And that's what can happen. I know I've been through it. Still, to a certain extent, it happens to me. People put scans in and I take a look at them and, they give interesting alerts, no question. But, at some point I just have to say enough. Michael Andy by email suggests I ask you in here a very long question about BR. You can try, Ronald. You can ask the question. I mean, I'm not a huge expert on B plus target and stop loss, but you can certainly ask the question. If I can't, I'm going to have to direct you. I mean, Michael is certainly the expert on it, but you can try, sure. If I can answer it, I'll do it. Well, that's the other thing. So I'll rephrase sort of what Real is saying. I mean, there's no mistake. Though I have changed a little bit. I have not been able to concentrate on it as much this week. Just because I'm tugged in a lot of different directions. But I'm sort of not sort of. I mean, all my scans are momentum scans because they're all showing stocks that are making, well, I shouldn't say momentum, they're all showing stocks that are making new highs or new lows for the day. Not necessarily on extreme momentum, though I would say ACB for sure. Look at the volume that is picked up. Okay, so that is kind of my style of trading. I like to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. Doesn't mean I take the trade when I get the alert, but I'll get interested and then I'll be able to say, how much more room does it have to go? Because I don't have to worry about intraday resistance when the stock is already making a new high. So now my focus is on the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts to see, okay, how much further can this go? So I mean, you kind of look at the ACB. I mean, obviously when the cannabis craze was on for 3 days ago, 2 days ago, that's when it hit its peak. I mean, in theory, it has room, right? So that would be of interest to me, even as an intraday trade. But some people hate that. Some people say, that's crazy. I only have to play pullbacks. I want to see a stock when it pulls back to a certain level, and then I'll buy it, and that's great. I mean, that's great. I mean, so there's all sorts of different trading styles, and I think you have to find your own. So if somebody posts a scan for me, and it's not so much looking for highs or lows, I'll look at it. But, it just doesn't suit my the way I like to trade. Well, there's no guarantee, Doc. I mean, all I do is if I look at this daily chart, so I look left on the next high looking left. So here's a stock at 783. When I say how much it can go, it doesn't mean it's going to do that, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. If this right here was right above this, okay? So if this pattern right here was right above this, I go, I mean, it might break through, but it could be tough to get through all this. Whereas when you look here, I mean, the next high looking left is 981. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So it doesn't have to go anywhere, and then here's the 200-day moving average, but still that's far enough away. I just like to take the one aspect of why a stock won't go up a lot of times is, coming up against the 200-day moving average and of course chart resistance. So if we can take those out of the equation, then for me they become more interesting. But there are a lot of other reasons why this will stop going up, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Well, again, I mean, you just have to, that's why I have these longer term time frames. So at a glance, I can say, wow, okay, this has got room. But remembering what ACB is all about, and they also did the financing, but it's shaking it off, sort of. 750, so it's above the financing price. So this is really bouncing well off that financing price. Elliot, I don't know. I mean, I don't care from which Holly any alert comes from. Personally, I don't care if it comes from Holly Neal, Holly 2.0, or Holly Grail. So I can't answer that question why someone would choose one over the other. I have them all right here. All the alerts today from all the various Hollies. So I can't answer a question like that. Why somebody would say, "Well, I only want to trade." I mean, Holly Neal, can give you maybe, they're a little more aggressive, but I personally don't really care. I sort them on the aggressive profit percent, and then I just use it as a watch list all day long. Here's Holly Grail, here's 2.0. I mean, here are all the Holly Neos at the bottom. Okay, so I don't know if that answers your question, but I wouldn't. I would just watch them all, and who cares? Who cares where they come from? If they're working well, does it matter? No, sunrise. No, sunrise is usually it's an alert that you get within the first 15 minutes of the day. It's nothing to do with swing trading. Any one of these, had they worked. Let me just see. Okay, had they worked, if they're working, can be used to swing trade. Okay, I mean if it ends up well, kind of near the high of the day, didn't have a massive pullback or anything like that. And again, you look at these longer term time frames, and if they have room to move without a lot of chart resistance, hey, you can make a determination on your own. You know what? I'm going to hold this one. And that goes for anything, I'm getting from any one of my alerts, not just the AI. Yeah, I mean, the name of the trade, it suggests what it means, yes. Again, if you really want to know, have an explanation about what every strategy is. I don't know if it's a complete list yet now, but you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and request an explanation of what these strategies are kind of looking for. Again, I don't really care because all I care about are the alerts. I don't care where docs came from, what strategy within Holy Grail it came from. I just don't have the PDF. I'm sorry, I just don't have it. I should remember to save it somewhere so I can post it, but I just don't have it. There you go. Thank you, Jay Chicago. See, coming through. So are you talking about risk on and risk off, Jay Chicago? Risk assessment? I'm not sure I know. Which is like the new moderate, conservative, and aggressive. Yeah, forget it. Okay. I know they have some features there that I question. I don't even know why they're listed. I mean, to me, let me just see. I know what you're talking about. I mean, in terms of it's listed there. Where am I going to find that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that okay. I think what this is all about. This is the risk assessment. So if you're using the AI, okay, you have moderate, conservative, or aggressive risk. That's what that means. And again, just to summarize, aggressive, moderate, and conservative profit factor percent. And I think we're getting. I know we might be getting rid of one of these. But right now, as we speak, conservative profit percent, it's getting out exactly when the AI got out. Okay, so these are what if scenarios. If you got out exactly when the AI got out of the trade, be it a profit save or a timed exit or a target hit or a stop out, that is what that is telling you, exactly when the AI got out. Moderate and aggressive will look exactly the same all day long. This is what if you stayed in the trade right to the bitter end of the day. Okay, these are what if scenarios. The only difference is moderate will stop calculating. Sorry, if there's a stop hit, if the stop gets hit, and then it stops calculating. So now what I mean by that is that the stop could get hit, and then the stock could come roaring back, and it could look like a wonderful trade in the aggressive profit percent because the stock has come roaring back. It'll stop calculating in moderate. If that makes sense. That's why I always sort on the aggressive. I don't really care that much about this. I just care about this. Today is not a great day. I mean, first of all, the price range is not there that I like. It's only one. And just one of those days. You cannot specify the exchange. No, BSM. Cannot specify. The question was, can you specify the exchange for the AI? No. But my guess, there's NASDAQ, New York. Very, very few are going to be Amex, I think. Excuse me. Well, most of them seem to be NASDAQ stocks. That's today. But no, you cannot specify the exchange. Now, again, like I always say, we don't get so many alerts. So if you're not auto trading them, and I don't think there's a mad rush to auto trade anything. I know this, I sort of go up against Michael on this one. But the thing is that when you get an alert, usually you can have time to take a look and see, okay, what's this one doing? What sort of resistance is there nearby? What's maybe the overall market doing? I mean, yeah, okay. If you get into if the AI gets you an alert for a $2 stock, and it zooms up in half a second to 240, there's nothing you can do about that. We don't usually see that, so usually you have time to kind of examine it. You don't have to get in right at the penny. And so when you click on the alert, if you don't, you can check. If you don't want to trade, say, New York stocks, and you see New York up here, so you don't trade it. As an example, if it's out of the price range, that's why I disregard all these. Until I see my price range. And then you can set up ahead of time. And you have to watch that video. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So you can examine it, take a look, and then, within seconds maybe, you can just right-click, trade, and then you just pick how you want to trade it. So, in theory, without auto trading, you can have that trade done in 5 seconds. And in order to set up those buying and shorting parameters, watch the video. Okay, I will do that. The question was, can I show how you can backtest an idea, an idea. All right. So it all starts with this. You might have an idea. You might think, you know what? I think that opening range breaks are fantastic. That's what I think. So let's see if they can work. All right. So let's build an alert window from scratch. I'm going to say a new alert window. Okay. I'm going to start from scratch. Load the settings. So now I've got nothing. Okay, nothing. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I thought 15-minute opening range breaks. I've read everywhere that those are really good. So let me type in 15. 15-minute opening range breakout. Okay, so there I'm going to add the alert. Now let's put some filters in. So let's put a minimum volume of 300,000. Okay, see? So now I'm just going to click on the summary, 300,000. Now let's pick a price range. How about between $1 and $25? This is how you start. All right, you have an idea. You have an idea that you think might you'd like to back test it. All right. Now let's make sure it's it's trading. You don't want something that's not that dynamic. So let's make sure it's at least 3% up from the close. And the relative volume is at least 3 also. Okay, so now we've got the bases. Okay, we've got some filters in place. We're getting that universe of stocks down to, hopefully a manageable number. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to back test this for 63 trading days, okay, which is 3 months. That's the most you can go. And so what'll happen is, if a stock over the last 63 trading days is between 1 and 25 with a current volume of 3 and a minimum volume of at least 300,000 shares and is up 3% from the close, if it breaks its 15-minute opening range break, it's going to show me, if I took every single one of those trades, how would I have done? All right? So let's test it. Now, again, I'm not a back tester, but that's how you start. So now we're going to back test it. So I'm going to right click, and this is available. You can try this out during the test drive, but this is a premium service. But it's available if you do want to try it out. So I'm going to back test the strategy. So I can start time. How about starting time at 9:55, because that would be 9:45. That would be when the first opening range break could be. I can end the time, and I could end it at whenever I want. If I want to end it at 2 o'clock, whatever. Let's go. I mean, probably you won't get too many opening range break, 15-minute range breaks later on in the day, but I'll just leave it there. I'm just going to leave it there, just as a start. Simulate the buy. Let's see what happens. And it's hard to do it during market hours because this works a lot faster after the market closes. But when I'm doing a lot of other things, so this is not the time to do it. But I will do it. But it's taking a lot longer than it normally would. But I'll let it run. It's only 6.64% complete. Again, this is not a time to do this, but you asked me, so I'll do it. So I'll put this on my other monitor, so we don't, when it's complete, I'll show you what it looks like. Backtesting is a feature that very few of our customers do. You have to have a lot of patience. You have to like the idea of trying things and then running the back tester and then trying to figure out, okay, to optimize it, tweak this, tweak that. I mean, it's not something that's easy to do. But hey, some of our customers love to do it. Yeah, I mean, it's just taking forever. Again, it's only at, I mean, by now I should be finished. Yeah, so if you click on from the toolbar, click on New, and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, not the strategy window, the strategy trades window. When you do that, this should be the window you see, strategy trades all. And what I would do is I would incorporate this as part of your layout. Because then you don't have to do that every day. Just incorporate this window as part of your layout. And when you load trade ideas in the morning before the market opens, just wait for the alerts to happen. This is the simplest way rather than going through the channel bar or anything else. I mean, to me, all we really should care about is what are the alerts we're getting. Nothing else to me matters. It's taken forever. I mean, now we're only at 34%. But once it completes, I'll show you what the results were. So all you have to do, there's a filter, okay? And you can just check all long strategies. Okay, so Jimmy, you're talking about, okay, so you have to have the Brokerage Plus window open. Well, okay, I want to answer Jimmy first. So if you wanted to, in the simulator, remember, I know you're on the test drive, so you cannot use your account. So make sure you're in the simulator. Okay, click on Sim. So now you're in the simulation mode. Then if you click on the Holly tab, right there. It's probably because there's I don't know how many alerts are going to be. 587. So I'm going to finish up with Jimmy, okay? So now you turn them all on. All you do is this, you just highlight them, all of them, right click and enable 14 selected strategies. At this point, you are now in auto trade mode. Okay, is that okay? I'm not going to. So that's why they say off right now, okay? So the window you do the backtest in, you start off with an alert window. You create your potential strategy, and then you right click and you backtest. And so now here we are. Okay? So right off the bat, I can tell this is a losing strategy. Strategy return is minus 44%. Annual is minus 99%. Okay. So obviously this is not a winning strategy. What I did, these are the things you can do. I committed $5,000 per trade. Commission was $2 a trade. Slippage was 2 cents because when you get an alert, and that's probably a little light. So this first curve here, this black one right there, that is without commission or slippage. This green curve just underneath it is with commission factored in, and then this one is with everything, slippage factored in. It's quite a dramatic change. Slippage meaning that you will not, get. You will not be able to get a trade exactly when you want to sometimes because it's moving fairly quickly. Okay, so the green is the real one. Exactly, green is the real one. So at this point now, so for instance, Doc, if you had backtested a strategy and you look at The optimization, okay? So for instance, time of day. So I can look at this time of day. I can see right off the bat, that trading, from in the first half hour, I mean, that gave me my biggest loss. Not that it was fantastic going later on, but right off the bat, you would say to yourself, "Boy, I better stay away from the first half hour." Now, this is what the AI goes through, but it starts off with a strategy that has maybe a 50% win percentage or something like that, and then the AI, and this is all done automatically, and starts to look at times, look at price. You might see, there might be a price range that just sort of say you might better stay away from 0 to 99 $1.99. Okay. Now you don't want to get into a situation where you say, great, all I have to do is trade $8 to $10, and there's my profit. And there were 60 trades. I mean, you could do that in theory, but that's kind of fine tuning it too much. But that's the exercise. Then you can start to say, okay, what if I add all these other, and I'm not going to do this for you guys, okay? Here are all the different filters you can start adding in, okay? This is where it gets really, crazy, and I don't do it anymore. I mean, I don't have the time. Start adding other filters in, and to see what effect does that have. Okay? So this proved to me, and I tried this one a long time ago, I could never get it optimized. And there's a calendar, which is going to show you, all the trades. I could never get it optimized. You could, I don't know what sort of result you'll get, but you could attach one symbol to the alert window that you're backtesting. In the configure, symbol lists, single symbol, and type that in. And then, yes, you could backtest just for one symbol. I have no idea, with those filters in place. Yeah, so Doc, I can't answer that. The best time for one stock that moves the best every day. You'll see people that'll talk about the 10 or 10:30 time. That stocks. I haven't really paid that much attention to things like that. Well, then what I would do is why not just look at a daily chart for a while on that stock. Let your eyes tell you. So anyway, that's the back testing, guys. Have at it. I don't use it. I don't have time. By the end of the day, I just don't have the time to sit down and try to figure out a strategy. That's basically, I let the AI do that. And, if I see something I like, then I'll trade it. The other thing about back testing is that they'll degrade. You might optimize it and it'll look great for a few days maybe. And then all of a sudden you'll come on a day and wow, what happened? And it can start to degrade. And now you have to go back to the drawing board and figure out why, and figure out some filters maybe to add or take out, or making just all sorts of things like that, and it can be a real unbelievable grind. Yeah, well, you can't set up a trail. You can only set up $1. Intel Designer, $1 trailing stop. If you're talking about using Brokerage Plus and the AI, it's only $1. You cannot do a percentage. And as I've said quite a few times, what I would do, and listen, how many trades do you have open at any one time? Intel Designer. All right. 4 to 5 at the same time. I don't know. Maybe that's the upper limit. Because you see, then what I would be doing is, if you're paying attention to those 4 or 5 trades, I would have your stop right on the chart, and I'd be watching those 4 or 5 trades. And as it starts working, I'd be moving my stop up on the chart. Okay, I you know what I'm talking you know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, I get it. Maybe 4 or 5 is, I don't know. Maybe that's the upper limit to how you can concentrate on. But I mean, I know what I'd be doing. I'd have my 4 or 5 charts thumbnailed, and then I'd just be watching them and seeing how they're trading. And so, for instance, let's just do one. So look at home as an example. There is my stop for a home, right? I'd be raising this. See, I mean, if I were truly in this trade, and it's not the simulation trade, I'd be raising this. Maybe I put it there now, okay? And I'd be doing that for the other 4. That's how I'd be putting it at an area of the chart. Look at TCON on the move here too. I'd be putting it on an area of the chart that makes sense, that could be support. I'm not saying that's 100% support, but I'm saying, okay, if I consider that being support, so instead of using a trailing stop of what I consider an artificial percent or dollar figure below, which is not based on anything really. Granted, if you've got 15 trades open at a time, you can't do it this way. But I'd be putting my stop then trailing on areas of the chart, so that if it broke down through that support area, I'd say I should be out of the trade. Yeah, I think you've probably asked that question of Michael before. I'm not sure, but the stops have to be. I mean, I know they're going to be tried to be worked on. Right now, you can only do as a trailing stop, even though we have a percent. I think you can only use dollars. How do you know if it's in a trade or not? If you have the exit time column, okay, I mean that to me is the easiest way. So if there's no time in there, that means that AI is still in a trade. If you don't have the exit time column, you can add it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. I should have kept that one. I don't think so. I don't think you can do it on risk per trade. Um, Let me do this one. Back test this one. Let's just see. I don't think so though. Yeah, this is not the, because I've got a lot of things going on my computer too. But let's see if this, it's just, yeah, I mean, this is just, I'll put it on my other screen. Run statistics. I'm not sure. I know that one of the things we're adding, and maybe for next week, to talk to in the marketing meeting, I'll probably know tomorrow for sure, but maybe next week, we'll have this calendar feature. This is a tab. It's not available for you guys, and if it is available, then it's, nothing is filled in. But what this will do, this will allow you to track all of your trades in the calendar. Exactly, all the trades, how much you made, how much you lost, So I'm just waiting for this one. This is a little faster. This is a little faster. Yeah, for the simulator. In fact, I think that's going to be for the simulator to start. Yeah, I think it's going to be that. That'll be available for the simulator to begin. Hopefully by next week. No guarantees. When I ask the question, it's the person he says should be. So what does that mean? Meanwhile, TCON on the move. Look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the volume that came in. You know what I'm all about. Volume, volume, volume. Volume comes in, and look at the pop. Look at this 15-minute volume. 4 million shares traded, and right on that candle right there, that's the previous 15-minute candle. That's probably about 2 million. So almost half the shares traded right here for TCON. Yeah, this is taking forever, this back test. So it's stuck at 50%. All I'm doing, I'm just wanting to see if I don't think there is a way to do what you're talking about. I'm not even sure where I would find it. All right, well, it's starting to pick up. Go, 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 go. This is how it normally runs. If I were doing this after hours, this is how fast it would normally be. All right, there we go. So there is another losing proposition. So the funny thing that I noticed, not funny, but when I was trying to backtest things, what this was telling me is that a strategy that I thought couldn't miss, and I'd backtest it, and I'd look at this and go, oh my goodness, forget that one. So backtesting something that you think should work, just because you've read all sorts of things about how this sort of thing should work, and then you run the backtester, and you see something like that, you go, uh-oh, I guess I better forget that one. Even because no optimization is going to, get this one positive. Now, this is something new. I've not seen this. Yeah, I don't see anything down here that's. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be anything like you're talking about. I can't see where you can put that. Well, the big problem with backtesting can be, if you can get too crazy, form fitting, whatever it's called, okay? That's why we have to have a certain, our strategies have to have a certain number of trades over the course of the 3 months. But anyway, I don't backtest, so. Yeah, so you're right. There is an option. Where are you? Yeah, you can either commit a certain dollar amount, or yes, a share size. Oops, sorry here, share size per trade. But it's not based on a stop loss or. Yeah, listen, I mean, I'm not sitting here and telling you guys that back testing is the way to go. I mean, if it were, I would spend the time. Oh, look at TCON. So there's a little pop for TCON and a little bit of consolidation. A little bit of consolidation. I lost my linking. Oh, I know why I lost my linking. Jeez. Time is it? I lost my linking. Yeah, I mean, that's why these are ideas. These are not back tested. I mean, if I back tested my new highs and lows, it would look terrible. I don't care. It's more of an eyeball test for me, as you say. All right, guys, I'm going to try to get my linking back. A couple of things I can do. No, they'll Oh, in fact, there is a special today. I should pop this in. There is actually a special Veterans Day promo code. Uh, so if you guys wanted to take a subscription, I mean, listen, the most you're going to get is 25%. So, I mean, if you were just looking to take out a standard monthly subscription, the difference now is going to be like $5. Okay, if you wanted to take out a subscription right now and not wait till the end of the month. So let me just I'm going to pop this in here. Oh no, I'll tell you what. I'll pop this in here. Okay, so you see, this is the promo code that you can use for 20% right now. Okay, VETS20, VETS20. So when you click on my homepage and get trade ideas, and if you did a purchase right there, then enter the coupon code. So don't enter the Barry for Alpha, enter VETS20. VETS, all in caps, 20, okay? So, I mean, if you just wanted to try us out on a monthly basis, yeah, you could wait till the end of the month and get 25%. But, the difference is a little over $5. So, I don't know. If you want to have it right now, instead of waiting until again the end of the month when we'll have a Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving sale, U.S. Thanksgiving sale. How do you add a new payment card? Now that is something I really have to send you. I have no idea. So I'll send you to the home page. And you can ask that very question. That's a real accounting question. Okay, so if you click on the home page and start questions and answers, okay? It'll be 25%. That's why I'm saying it'll be 25%. So the difference will be 5% if you take it now versus 25%. So yeah, I mean, if you took out a premium annual subscription, what's that? It's going to be about $110 difference if you wait on an annual basis. Now, some might say that $110 savings, now you're going to have to wait to the end of the month. Look at the opportunity cost of making money between November the 11th and November whatever 25th. Meanwhile, MPLN is just tanking here. Tank. And I still don't have a link. A lot of times what can happen is I can just keep clicking and eventually the link happens. Boy, MPLN is just, what the heck is happening here? MPLN, look at this thing run down. Stop it. Okay, what's happened is I clicked so many times, it's catching up. Okay. Muddy Waters, all right. He just came out? Looks like it just came out. Wondering, in case you're wondering what Muddy Waters is, so is Muddy Waters a China stock? The answer, no. So he's expanded. He used to only concentrate on China stocks. So he's a short seller, but he used to only concentrate on China stocks. I think he could speak Chinese, and so he could really get into these reports. But that's obviously a U.S. stock, unless it's U.S. Let me just check. Yeah, no, it's a U.S. stock for sure. Says its largest company or customer will compete with it. That's generally not very good. Well, that's kind of what happened with. I mean, not maybe on the same scale, but maybe the same kind of thing happened with Beyond Meat. Not that McDonald's was their largest customer, but I mean, I thought. I thought that's what I read somewhere, that McDonald's may, do their own plant-based product. I'm clicking on these alerts, guys, because I'm holding out that the link will miraculously start happening again. Without my having to shut off Brokerage Plus or Interactive Brokers and reload it. Well, it doesn't look like that link is going to. So what I'm talking about is, when I click on most brokerage platforms, and obviously including Interactive Brokers, but most brokerage platforms, you can set up a link so that when you click on the symbol, it'll load into the order entry, and then from there, from within your brokerage platform, you trade it. And so I have a link established with Interactive Brokers, but for some reason, and maybe when I closed, I think it happened when I closed down the program and reopened. I think that's what happened. It didn't reestablish the link. Now I've never had to do that. I've never had to do that. I've had it for 4 years now. I've never done that. Let me try something. Not that it matters. I mean, it's 2:30. I'm not going to, more than likely, I'm not going to do any trading, so it's not the biggest, not a big problem. But and I'm still old schooling it with a little card instead of getting it sent to my text to my phone. If you guys know what I'm talking about. My beeper. I like it like this. What if my phone dies or something? Okay. Just waiting for it to open. Okay. Okay, give me a moment here. Yay! Linking. Okay. Oh, I don't know who the best is. I, I'm not up on my consumer reports. I mean, it's just to me, it's just a commodity. So, all right. So you can see the AI is still in one trade right there, the KHC. Staying home. Funny. Actually, they were probably been pretty good. Yeah, these would have been excellent. I'm not sure at the beginning. Is that what one is that? 12. Well, okay, it popped up, but it has come back down. Home definitely for a certain period would have been very good. Now getting a bit of a lag. This might be time for me to shut the room down. Oh, there we go. Okay. And PLN reversing. Barely. Yeah, I mean 20 cents from the bottom of the 5. Kind of basing right here at the 2. Big float. So this is okay. Again, this is an earnings play tomorrow, November 12th post market. So this is after hours tomorrow, according to our data. And then coupled with, so be interesting to see what it'll look like tomorrow on Friday, because that's when you'll really see the result of earnings after hours tomorrow. And then see what the real effect of that Muddy Waters report has on it. Now, typically, you know what happens. They'll come out, the company will refute whatever Muddy Waters has said. The AI will get out of every trade by the end of the day. Okay? That is a for sure. Every trade by the end of the day. Some of these that I noticed were 340. Where are they? 345, 4. I'm really surprised at that. I thought 355, like 5 minutes before the close. These have been revamped then, guys, because I don't even see. In fact, this might be the new. This might be the new, what Michael has been working on. You know, we used to have like 60-minute holds, 30-minute holds, 45, 2 hours. I'm looking at, this can't just be a coincidence that they're all basically all-day holds if the trade is still working. In other words, try to almost, you know what it is? It's really saying every trade is in aggressive mode. Aggressive is or moderate or aggressive, and not conservative. Well, actually, what am I saying? Conservative, moderate, and aggressive are all going to be the same in terms of a time hold, a hold. Let me ask Michael that. I want to see. Okay, let's find Michael. Well, that's up to you. You know, I mean, you set that when you go to the strategy, all the strategies. So you can do a universal. Okay, so here are all the strategies that were optimized for today. So you the long or edit the long trading instructions. Okay, so you know what I've got here. If I were auto trade, if I were taking this trade, I'm risking $100 on the trade based on the stop loss that the AI has generated. So that will dictate how many shares. Okay, so it'll be different every one of them. You know what's also moving well is XPEV. If that one thumbnail, then I see it's starting to move again. China EV play. How is LI doing? Is doing the same thing? Not quite as dramatic. And how's NIO doing? Yeah, so XPEV is starting to move. The other ones are not following suit. See the difference? Coming out of consolidation, a little move here. TCON, let's take a look at TCON, what Real is talking about. So there's the cross. 2-minute cross is right there at 7:06. Ah, the good old days when I could watch this. Maybe tomorrow. We haven't talked about this at all in this week, but you know we talk about these crosses. So there's the 8 EMA, that's the orange line. There's the 20 SMA, that's the blue line. So the theory being that if the 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that could be setting up a short trade. You know, other factors, but that can be setting up a short trade. And the reverse is true. I mean, look what happened early on. The 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA. Now, did that ever short? That set up a long trade. 594 all the way up to 729. My goodness. If you had seen that one right there, I mean, look at the move it made. And one day, I think we'll be able to scan for them. Yeah, it is honestly being worked on. It is honestly being worked on. So my only concern will be the number of filters that we can put in. Has to be enough filters in there. Look at MPLN. So I had a little pop, but not much. Have to have enough filters in place so you don't get inundated with alerts. Boy, this is really getting whacked. So this is the lifetime low right now. I mean, at that point right there, that's a lifetime low. So this was I don't know. Again, I always have a tough time. I don't know if this. Oh, this is one of those SPACs kind of. Because look at a business association, $10. There's your clue. Came out last month. Yeah, I don't think it'll be that. I mean, the best we're going to be able to do at Tile Designer, more than likely, is put a price range, put a minimum volume, maybe relative volume, and maybe a volume percent. You see, it's like this one here. I mean, it's going to be based on the same kind of, even though this window looks the same, but see how few alerts are customized. See how few we can put in, not alerts, but filters. So I'm hoping that we get the relative volume at least. So I can almost guarantee passing a pre-market high will not be one of them. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, again, I'm hoping the relative volume filter makes it in. And if you're wondering, well, why doesn't it just make it in? Well, it's a limit, it's kind of a limitation on the program, I think. Otherwise, Ideally, it'd be great if it was just a normal setup that you could just add all the filters you want. And what I did ask for, because I've been pushing for it. What I did ask for though is the different time frame. So 2, 5, 30, or 2, 5, 15, 30. Mr. Plug, wow, what a so we don't have an all-time high for it. I think what's happened here is that this did a bunch of reverse splits. So we don't have a lifetime high for that. Certainly a 2-year high, but I think this one did some reverse splits. And so if we could go back far enough, before 2010, we probably see stuff up here, like way up here. That's my, I may be wrong, but yeah, SPY is not looking so hot in terms of it's starting to, everything is still positive, but it's starting to drift down a bit. There we go. So they did I don't know, who knows how many reverse splits that did. So I always know there's somebody going to be able to find the information. So there's your high, $1,570. When adjusted for reverse splits, etc. It's not the right one, right? You're talking about the one that got beaten up, Zach. It's not ACT. I know the one you're talking about. It's the one that got beaten up a couple of days ago. Had a bit of a recovery yesterday. Got beaten up because it was a virus play, and then when Pfizer came out with their news, a lot of the virus plays got kicked. It's not ACT. Somebody's going to know what the symbol is. ARCT. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean this is a great recovery. I mean, look at this great recovery. So if I think this got beaten up because it's a virus play, isn't it? Or am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a virus play. Maybe it just had terrible, terrible data. But what a great, I mean, it's still got a ways to go. Well, I'll tell you, XPEV is strong, that's for sure. XPEV is really strong. This looks like the strongest of the three right now, anyway. Yeah, let's look at the cues. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. There was a bottoming tail there. We'll have to see what happens on that candle, I guess, but no. I was talking ARCT. I mean, APVO is another one that got. Oh, I see what you mean. No. No, APVO is had the huge run up. It was ARCT had the big drop, and I thought it was because it was a virus play, and of course when Pfizer came out, it was basically taking over that market. I thought there were a lot of the virus drug companies that really dropped. But again, I may be wrong on the ARCT. I'm not 100% sure it is a virus play. It's hard for me to tell when I look at their profile. Sort of doesn't look like it's a virus. Oh, well, wait a minute. Lunar Cove. Oh, it is a virus play. Okay, there we go. So it was a virus play. It is a virus play. And it dropped because, you know, in this virus world, there are going to be winners and losers. And Pfizer, the big guy, comes out first. And so this looked like, you know, that was the reason. I mean, it seems to be tremendous overreaction. I mean, I don't know anything about this company, but it seems to be a tremendous overreaction. It got cut in half that day. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the CEO sold a big percentage of his holdings on Monday. It doesn't look good. I mean, don't these guys have a clue? But maybe he's heading off to his Tahitian island. He doesn't care. I don't know. Yeah, so I just texting back with Michael Noss. He's kind of reorganizing the AI, and he says, yes, everything new I'm building are all-day holds. Ooh, there's a big, there's a big candle now. Yeah, that's a big 5 minute candle. Big 15. Still, everything's positive. BPT. Wow, I remember when this one was way up here, even higher. I'm going to go back a few. Look at this. I remember when this one, I mean, this is back in 2015, but I remember BPT was way up at $100. This is back in 2014. This is when just after I opened the room, you know, October of 2014. Actually, I'm wrong, October of 2015. But I was watching this one, BPT, and wow. I mean, it's unbelievable. Does the reverse hotkey exist in the real IB programs? Are you talking about? I'm sure it must. You're talking about this, yeah. Oh, I'm sure it must. I mean, there are a lot of. It's hard for me to believe that it doesn't. Now, one of the ways you can do it, which I'm not saying I'm not recommending you do it, but if you had 200 shares long, and now there's a way to disable it, but if you typed in 400 and sold, you would turn that into a 200 short. So not quite a hotkey, but I mean you're just having to type in double your position. And then hit that big sell button. Yes, the question was, I haven't even mentioned this. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure it has to be. They're not going to let you do that without commission, I'm sure. So the question was how much money. So yes, I should have mentioned this. In the simulator, you start off with $100,000. Okay, we give you play money, $100,000 for the simulator. All right. And if you close out every trade at the end of the day, then you'll have 100,000 the following day. Obviously, if you keep a trade, I'll keep this one, see what happens. Then you'll have $100,000 less the value of this trade. Okay, Prakash? So that was it. Haven't even mentioned that. Yeah, so we start off with $100,000 in the simulator. I don't think so because it depends. After hours and pre-market, you have to go limit. Okay, so I don't think so. Dreamer, are you still in the room? Maybe you've tried that. They will work. Well, so I don't think so. I think you have to go in and manually do it. Just like in the pre-market, you cannot go in at the market. But I can try. I can put a stop in after I can put a stop in fairly close and see if I get stopped out after hours. But intuitively, I think you cannot. You have to manually do it. I know for sure in the pre-market you do. Guys, guess what just got halted? Remember this one from yesterday? G-Tech, all the way up to 10 something. Well, not 10 something, 10. It got right up to $10. And G-Tech is starting. Look at the move. This is the forklift. Some kind of a battery for forklifts. Yeah, there isn't a coupon code for the test drive. The only reason you see it is because our accounting system could not be adjusted. That's sort of the general look of when you take out an order, that coupon box is going to appear. Okay, so, but there's really no coupon for the test. It's $8.99, so I mean there's really no coupon for it. Yeah, 256. So before I go, I will, because this is the last day you can sign up for the test drive. After that, you probably have to wait at least 3 or 4 months to the next one. So, if you want to sign up for the test drive, yeah, you only get 7 days, but I mean, it is only $8.99. So, and if you sign up for it, this is what you'll see, and you'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you wouldn't be able to do is if you had an interactive broker's account and you wanted to connect to Brokerage Plus and you wanted to auto trade your live account, the AI. You can use the simulator though. That's what I would do. I mean, if you're not used to this, try it. Why would you commit your real money to that? Why wouldn't you, if you wanted to see how the AI would work in auto trade mode, why wouldn't you use the simulator first to see? Well, typically, halts are 5 minutes, typically. So, I mean, if it is, it's going to be 255, sorry, 255, 259 plus 30 seconds. That's typically what the halts are, 5 minutes. So, that'll be a good time for me to exit once once it opens. I'll always stay around. If there are questions, I will stay around after 3 o'clock. But typically I do shut down at 3. But, if you have some questions, I'll stick around. Yeah, I mean, that all that is this. I mean, it's very, very fancy. I wish they would get rid of it, but it's very fancy. I think all this is saying is when you click on the alert, you have a stop. So right on the chart, you see where the entry was. Here's your stop. Here is and up here, way up here, though I don't see a target, but that's, if you want to call this chart based, okay, chart based AI trade assistance. Very fancy, convoluted, but that's what it means, okay? I mean, I think the stop is critical, yes. Targets, not so critical. What's the SPAC? He's special, always special projects. Not projects, special purpose. Special purpose. Acquisition company. Special purpose, right? I always say project. All right, I think we're open. There we are. We're open. And that was a nice pop off the close. It closed at 575. So what did it get to? Almost up to 6. Okay, so when you say, do I have any information on how to use? Okay, so this is what I would do. So I'm going to click on configure. I'm going to click, and then I'm going to do a search on options. Okay, so here are the option filters. So we have some obvious ones, I guess. The put call ratio. I mean, that might be something you want. Option volume is the average contracts over the last 10 days, average number. This is the option volume today, put volume and call volume. So this is kind of the key metric. This is sort of like a relative volume filter for options. So if you wanted to see stocks trading abnormal option size, so you would use this filter. So if you wanted to see a stock that is trading, say, double 200% of what it normally has traded over the last 10 days, so just say a stock has traded 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. To see that stock today, it would have to trade 4,000. All right. So if that can help you trading options, go for it. Okay. I know people who do trade options seem to think at least what it's showing you are stocks having an abnormal option day, volume day. Okay. Now you can play around with that. I mean, this to me would be the key one. So you really want to find stocks that are really trading abnormal options, then that's what you can use. Okay, so I mean, just looking here. So for instance, here's this MPLN. So it's trading 600%. So it's 6 times normal. Now, you always have to temper that with, I mean, how many options? I have no idea. So what I would do is I would also use the minimum volume today of options, because this could be 600%, 6 times. That looks, wow, that's tremendous. What if it only trades 10 options normally, over the last 10 days? So it's woohoo, now it's at 60. So that's why I would use the minimum. I would also add, some, and I can't tell you what number to use, but, so in the options volume today, you might want to put something so that it's significant number of options. So if you put 1,000 there minimum, and that happened to be 600%, okay, that's 6,000 options, 6,000 contracts today. Keep saying options. Okay, does that kind of make sense? Okay. Meanwhile, that FPRX, it'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. I mean, what a move it had. But it is really fallen, almost $10 from the highs. All right, guys, I do not see any questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now, guys, and we'll do this all over again. Barney. Yeah, it's amazing how good pills work, or how well pills work. And all right, guys, I will shut the room down now, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thanks for all of especially those of you who are trading, putting up with the this is part of the deal. Why the room is free. We do this, the 2-week test drive. So thanks for the indulgence in that. Thanks for all the questions. I really enjoy the questions. The questions actually, sometimes I forget some aspects of the program, so it helps me too. So that's good. So I'll open the room tomorrow again at 9 o'clock Eastern. I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.